colony of New Netherland as a bastion of Calvinist commerce and religious tolerance. The Americas became, in effect, a proxy theater in a global religious and political conflict. Even the economy was shaped by war. As armies devoured resources in Europe, kings and ministers turned increasingly to their colonies to generate wealth. Tobacco in Virginia, sugar in the Caribbean, furs in Canada, silver from Peru. Colonial extraction accelerated, not despite the war, but because of it. And with every shipload of goods came further entrenchment of European rivalries on American soil. The Dutch West India Company, founded in 1621 at the height of the war, was not just a trade outfit. It was a weapon, designed to attack Spanish and Portuguese holdings, extract wealth, and expand Dutch influence. Its privateers raided across the Caribbean. Its governors in Manhattan oversaw not just trade with the Iroquois, but a new vision of imperial competition rooted in Calvinist values and financial might. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the war dragged on. Each peace effort collapsed. New players entered. France's involvement in the 1630s prolonged the conflict, even as war weariness consumed the continent. But in the Americas, the war was an opportunity. For the English, while Europe bled under religious war and fire, its echoes reached across the Atlantic. In the shadows of battlefields like Magdeburg and White Mountain, a new world was being carved, not in peace, but in the image of blood-soaked faith and imperial hunger. It began with a window and a fall. On May 23, 1618, in the royal castle of Prague, two Catholic imperial officials were thrown out of a third-story window by angry Protestant nobles. They fell into a pile of manure and survived. But the event would trigger a war that would consume Europe for the next 30 years, and, in time, ripple across the Atlantic. This was the defenestration of Prague, and it marked the beginning of the 30 Years' War, a conflict so vast, so destructive, and so ideologically charged that its echoes would be felt in the forests of North America as surely as in the ruined cathedrals of Europe. The roots of the war were old. For decades, the continent had been torn by religious tension. The Protestant Reformation had fractured the authority of the Catholic Church. Lutheran princes ruled in northern Germany. Calvinists spread through the Netherlands, France, and parts of Switzerland. Catholics held firm in Spain, Austria, and the Papal States. The Holy Roman Empire, a loose confederation of German states under the Catholic Habsburg dynasty, was a powder keg. Its emperor, Ferdinand II, was a staunch Catholic and a champion of the Counter-Reformation, the Church's campaign to roll back Protestant gains. The Bohemian crown, which sat within the empire, had been controlled by Protestant nobles for decades. When Ferdinand attempted to impose Catholic rule, the Bohemian estates rebelled. That defenestration wasn't just an act of protest, it was a declaration of war. At first, it was a local affair, Protestant Bohemia versus Catholic Austria, but the conflict quickly metastasized. Protestant German princes took sides. The Dutch, still fighting their long independence war against Catholic Spain, aligned with fellow Protestants. The Swedes, under the fiery leadership of Gustavus Adolphus, would later join the war, dramatically turning the tide. But the bloodshed wasn't limited to Protestants and Catholics. This was a war of empires, dynasties, and survival. Spain entered to defend its Habsburg cousins. France, a Catholic nation, sided with the Protestants to undermine its Habsburg rivals. Denmark saw an opportunity. Poland observed. Even England, though largely peripheral militarily, saw its politics and colonial ambitions shaped by the conflict. Over 3 decades, the war became a rolling apocalypse. Whole regions of Central Europe were devastated. Cities like Magdeburg were burned to the ground, their populations slaughtered. Disease followed famine. Famine followed pillaging. Estimates vary, but some regions of the German heartland lost over a third of their population. In total, nearly 8 million people would die, most not from battle, but from starvation, plague, and the collapse of civil society. But while Europe bled, its powers still looked westward, to the New World. The early 1600s were a turning point in colonization. The Spanish had long dominated the Americas, but their empire was showing signs of strain. The English, Dutch, and French were establishing beachheads in the north. And though the fighting of the 30 Years' War stayed on European soil, its consequences profoundly shaped colonial policy, because to the crowns and courts of Europe, the colonies were more than distant outposts. They were assets in a global struggle. In 1620, just 2 years into the war, a battered ship called the Mayflower landed in New England. Its passengers, English religious dissenters, fleeing the wrath of church and crown, had chosen to flee a continent consumed by ideological warfare. They weren't just seeking freedom, they were escaping a world on fire. The 30 Years' War radicalized religion across Europe. Protestant sects grew more militant. Catholic orders like the Jesuits intensified their missions. This ideological heat reached the Americas. Colonization became more than economic. It became spiritual. Settlements were planted not just for trade, but for God. France, under its Catholic monarchy, backed Jesuit missions in Canada. Spain doubled down on conversion in New Mexico and Florida. England, divided between Anglican authority and radical Puritanism, allowed religious separatists to seek refuge across the ocean. The Netherlands, locked in war with Catholic Spain, used its colony of New Netherland as a bastion of Calvinist commerce and religious tolerance. The Americas became, in effect, a proxy theater in a global religious and political conflict. Even the economy was shaped by war. As armies devoured resources in Europe, kings and ministers turned increasingly to their colonies to generate wealth. Tobacco in Virginia, sugar in the Caribbean, furs in Canada, silver from Peru. Colonial extraction accelerated, not despite the war, but because of it. And with every shipload of goods came further entrenchment of European rivalries on American soil. The Dutch West India Company, founded in 1621 at the height of the war, was not just a trade outfit. It was a weapon, designed to attack Spanish and Portuguese holdings, extract wealth, and expand Dutch influence. Its privateers raided across the Caribbean. Its governors in Manhattan oversaw not just trade with the Iroquois, but a new vision of imperial competition rooted in Calvinist values and financial might. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the war dragged on. Each peace effort collapsed. New players entered. France's involvement in the 1630s prolonged the conflict, even as war weariness consumed the continent. But in the Americas, the war was an opportunity. For the English, it meant distraction. King Charles I was reluctant to invest deeply in overseas settlements while his alliances shifted. But for the Puritans, it meant freedom to build a city upon a hill, far from the royal eye. For the Dutch and French, it meant laying the groundwork of empires that would clash violently in the decades to come. By the time the war ended in 1648, with the signing of the Peace of Westphalia, Europe had been transformed. Borders were redrawn. Sovereignty was redefined. Religion was forever fractured. But the colonies, barely noticed in the treaties, had quietly grown into strategic foundations of the modern world. The war was over, but its legacy had just begun. In America, the seeds sown in those years would grow into future wars, rebellions, and revolutions. The ideas of religious freedom, state sovereignty, and imperial rivalry, all central to the 30 Years' War, would take root in the New World soil. The fire that began in Bohemia had leapt the ocean. And though the flames in Europe were extinguished, the embers in America were only beginning to glow. The cannons thundered in Bohemia, but the tremors were felt in the forests of the New World. As Europe tore itself apart in the 30 Years' War, its ambitions did not pause. In fact, war sharpened the blade of empire. The Atlantic world became a mirror and an extension of Europe's blood-soaked struggles. Colonies were no longer isolated experiments in trade and settlement. They became pieces on a global chessboard, each move shaped by religious fury, dynastic ambition, and continental alliances. The Americas, from the icy shores of Newfoundland to the jungles of Brazil, were transformed into theaters of proxy conflict, arenas where old world rivalries spilt over in new and brutal ways. By the 1620s, 4 European powers had established major claims in the Americas: Spain, whose empire stretched from the Andes to the Gulf of Mexico; France, entrenched in Canada and seeking to expand through trade and conversion; England, whose fledgling colonies clung to the Atlantic seaboard; the Dutch Republic, newly independent, determined to challenge Spanish and Portuguese dominance at sea. Each power arrived with its own religious identity, strategic aims, and historical wounds, and the 30 Years' War magnified them all. 1. Spain, defender of the Catholic faith. For Spain, the Americas had always been an extension of divine mission. Its conquests were justified not merely by gold, but by God. Catholic monarchs cast their empire as the sword of Christendom, especially in the face of the Protestant Reformation. During the 30 Years' War, Spain's Habsburg dynasty saw itself as the last bulwark of Catholic unity. But it was stretched thin, fighting rebels in the Netherlands, aiding Austrian cousins against Protestant princes, and financing campaigns with silver mined in Peru and Mexico. To maintain its colonial grip, Spain intensified its missionary presence in the Americas, particularly in the northern frontier. Franciscan friars, Jesuits, and Dominicans were dispatched to pacify and convert indigenous populations, a spiritual arm of an overstretched empire. In Florida, New Mexico, and California, missions became tools of both faith and control. But Spain's enemies saw opportunity in its distraction. 2. The Dutch, war on water and trade. The Dutch revolt against Spanish rule, the 80 Years' War, overlapped with the 30 Years' War. Though rooted in politics, the Dutch struggle was also religious. A Calvinist republic defying a Catholic monarchy. For the Dutch, war and commerce were the same. Their West India Company, founded in 1621, was designed not just for trade, but for sabotage. With a charter to wage private war against Spain and Portugal, the company became a quasi-military corporation, seizing ships, sacking colonies, and establishing footholds in the Americas. In New Netherland, Dutch settlers established a Calvinist outpost along the Hudson River, a colony driven by profit but shaped by ideology. Religious tolerance, unlike in Europe, was permitted, partly to attract settlers, partly to avoid provoking sectarian strife. Dutch warships also struck deeper south. In 1624, they captured parts of Brazil from Portugal and harassed Spanish silver fleets in the Caribbean. These attacks weren't random. They were economic warfare, designed to choke off Spain's lifeblood from the Americas. In this way, the 30 Years' War reached into the Atlantic, not through grand battles, but through merchant ships armed with cannons and colonial skirmishes fought far from European capitals. 3. France, Catholic crusade with commercial ambition. Though France joined the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War, it remained a staunchly Catholic nation. Under Cardinal Richelieu and later Mazarin, France pursued a policy of raison d'etat, the interest of the state above all else. This pragmatism extended to its American colonies. In New France, along the St. Lawrence River, the French established a growing empire centered on fur trade and conversion. The Jesuits, elite Catholic missionaries, saw the wilderness as a spiritual battlefield. They believed they were rescuing souls from Protestant corruption and indigenous paganism alike. but they were also agents of empire. Every mission established among the Huron, Algonquin, or Montagnais also served as a node of French influence, pushing back against English expansion and asserting Catholic presence in contested lands. The 30 Years' War hardened France's resolve to dominate both Europe and the Atlantic world. Colonial policy became inseparable from global rivalry. 4. England. Fragmented faith, fragile colonies. In contrast to the others, England in the early 1600s was still uncertain, a rising power, but divided at home. Internally, the Church of England faced criticism from Puritans, separatists, and other reformers. Politically, King James I and later Charles I flirted with alliances on both sides of the Continental War, trying to balance Protestant solidarity with dynastic ties to Catholic monarchs. These divisions are split into the colonies. The Virginia Company was a commercial venture, not a religious one. But in New England, religion was paramount. The arrival of the Mayflower in 1620 and the Great Puritan Migration of the 1630s were direct consequences of England's spiritual crisis, itself intensified by the specter of Catholic domination on the continent. To the Puritans, the New World was not just a refuge, it was redemption. They believed God was calling them to build a pure society as Europe descended into heresy and war. Their sermons invoked the same apocalyptic imagery used by Protestant preachers in war-torn Germany: Satan, Babylon, Armageddon. The wilderness was both threat and promise, a canvas on which to build the kingdom of God. Colonial boundaries as geopolitical fronts. Throughout the 1620s and 1630s, these imperial visions clashed, often subtly, sometimes violently. English and French fur traders competed for indigenous alliances in the Northeast. Dutch and English merchants skirmished over control of the Hudson River trade. Jesuits and Protestant settlers competed for the souls and loyalty of native peoples. Spain waged counterintelligence campaigns against Huguenot colonies, such as Fort Caroline, which was destroyed in 1565, but continued to haunt Spanish fears of Protestant intrusion. These weren't formal battlefields like those in Europe. They were ideological fronts, wars of influence, belief, and control. Even Native American nations were drawn into this web. Tribes like the Iroquois, Huron, and Powhatan understood the stakes. They played European powers against each other, trading goods for guns, missions for alliances. In doing so, they shaped colonial destinies as much as kings and generals did. The 30 Years' War didn't just influence colonial America from afar. It bent it, molded it, and weaponized it. By the time peace finally came to Europe in 1648, the colonies had evolved from scattered outposts into extensions of imperial identity. Their religious laws, economic systems, and political alliances all bore the marks of the war. And though the fighting had ended in Europe, the Americas were just getting started. Before it was a battlefield of empires, North America was a battleground of faith. From the rocky shores of New England to the vast rivers of New France, European colonists carried more than muskets and maps. They carried scripture. They carried suspicion. They took centuries of hatred, the kind only religious war can refine. And in the shadow of Europe's 30 Years' War, they cast the American wilderness as a theater of divine destiny. To understand early colonization, you must know that these were not just settlers. They were missionaries, dissidents, crusaders. They came to America with their God in one hand and their enemies' sins in the other. The continent's conquest, in many ways, was a war of altars, the religious logic of empire. The 30 Years' War had turned Europe into a furnace of fanaticism. Catholic and Protestant armies torched cities and shattered kingdoms in the name of theological absolutes. Tolerance was weakness. Compromise was betrayal. And as this ideological fire raged, the colonies became more than economic ventures. They became sanctuaries and strongholds. For Catholic monarchies like Spain and France, colonization was inseparable from mission. Their empires were not just political, they were spiritual. Every native soul converted was a victory over Protestant heresy. Every mission built was a monument to divine favor. Every Jesuit in a canoe was part of a holy army. For Protestants, especially English Puritans, Dutch Calvinists, and Huguenots, the colonies represented both escape and experiment. Escape from Catholic persecution and a chance to build godly societies free from the corruption of European compromise. But in both cases, faith was fuel. It sanctified conquest, it justified expansion, and it shaped the laws, cultures, and conflicts that defined colonial life. Jesuits in the North, the Catholic Crusade in New France. Perhaps no colonial mission was more directly shaped by the 30 Years' War than the Jesuit campaign in Canada. The Society of Jesus, founded in 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola, was the elite order of the Catholic Counter-Reformation. Trained in theology, fluent in languages, and disciplined like soldiers, Jesuits were dispatched to the front lines of global evangelization, from China to Brazil to the icy rivers of Quebec. In New France, Jesuits saw the indigenous peoples not as savages, but as souls corrupted by Satan, yet redeemable through Christ. But they also believed that the wilderness itself was hostile, a physical and moral void that had to be ordered through Catholic discipline. The Jesuits embedded themselves in Huron and Algonquin communities. They learned native languages, translated scripture, and built missions deep in the forest. Their goal was not just conversion, it was transformation. To bring indigenous life under the authority of Rome. To remake social structures, marriage customs, gender roles, and cosmologies in the image of the Catholic order. But the results were tragic and complex. Many indigenous people were curious, open to dialogue, intrigued by European power, or politically motivated to align with the French. But others resisted fiercely. Jesuit insistence on moral absolutism often clashed with native customs, particularly around sexuality, polygamy, and ancestral rituals. And then came disease. As smallpox and influenza ravaged indigenous communities, some blamed the Jesuits. Others believed they had magical powers. Some accused them of sorcery. Others saw them as prophets. The line between faith and fear blurred, and always in the background was war, both European and indigenous. The Jesuits arrived during a time of growing conflict between the Huron Confederacy and the powerful Iroquois League. The French, allied with the Huron, were dragged into these ancient rivalries. The Iroquois, armed by the Dutch and later the English, launched brutal attacks on Jesuit missions. Between 1642 and 1649, 8 Jesuit missionaries were killed, often in horrific ways. They would later be canonized as the North American martyrs, saints of empire, their blood offered as proof of the Catholic mission's righteousness. But martyrdom was not victory. By 1650, the Huron were devastated. The Jesuit dream of a Christianized New France had suffered a fatal blow. And yet, the story endured. Catholic France would continue to pursue its mission, using the martyrdom narrative as moral fuel for future generations. Puritan theocracy, the Protestant experiment in New England. While the Jesuits fought for Catholic souls in the North, English Puritans were building a different vision, not of conversion, but of separation. The Puritans were children of the Reformation. fiercely anti-Catholic, critical of the Anglican Church's perceived compromises, and obsessed with spiritual purity. They saw themselves as the elect, chosen by God to establish a righteous society modeled on biblical law. When they crossed the Atlantic in the 1620s and 1630s, they did so not as empire builders, but as exiles. England, under Charles I, was veering toward Catholic alliances. Europe was ablaze with papist armies. The Puritans believed the apocalypse was near, and that America was their ark. In Massachusetts Bay, they created a theological republic. Church membership was a requirement for political participation. Sermons governed daily life. Education revolved around Scripture, and law was derived directly from the Old Testament. Unlike the Jesuits, who sought to change indigenous peoples through immersion and cultural exchange, the Puritans had little interest in dialogue. To them, the heathen was an obstacle, or worse, an agent of Satan. Yet even among the Puritans, division emerged. Roger Williams, a minister in Salem, condemned the blending of church and state and insisted that native land could not be taken without fair purchase. For these views, he was exiled and founded Rhode Island, a rare bastion of religious liberty in an otherwise rigid colony. Similarly, Anne Hutchinson, a midwife and spiritual leader, challenged male religious authority and emphasized personal revelation. She too was banished. The New World, even in its piety, made little room for dissent. Still, Puritanism spread. Towns multiplied, churches blossomed, and with them came an ideology of manifest destiny, the belief that God had granted them this land and that they were His instruments of judgment and order. That ideology would prove fateful in conflicts like the Pequot War, 1636 to 1638, in which Puritan settlers, allied with rival tribes, annihilated the Pequot Nation in a campaign of total war. The justification? Divine mandate. Dutch pluralism. Calvinism meets commerce. In contrast to both Jesuit Catholicism and Puritan theocracy, the Dutch brought a different approach: religious pragmatism. The Dutch Republic, forged in war against Catholic Spain, was founded on Calvinist principles, but it was also a trading nation, and the realities of commerce demanded tolerance. In New Netherland, centered around what is now New York, Dutch authorities allowed a surprising degree of religious diversity. Lutherans, Jews, Quakers, and even Catholics lived side by side, not because the Dutch were modern liberals, but because unity was less important than economic success. Still, the colony had a strong Calvinist backbone. Churches were built, Sabbath laws enforced, and the Dutch Reformed Church retained moral authority. For native peoples, this created both opportunity and confusion. Unlike the rigid Puritans or the paternal Jesuits, the Dutch negotiated alliances based on trade. The Iroquois, in particular, found in the Dutch a valuable partner for fur trading and military support against their French-aligned enemies. But this tolerance had limits. When indigenous groups resisted Dutch authority, governors like Willem Kieft responded with massacres. Most infamously, the Pavonia Massacre of 1643, in which Dutch soldiers slaughtered dozens of Lenape refugees. Religion may not have ruled the colony, but it still justified violence. Faith as frontier law. Across colonial America, religion operated not just in churches and missions, but in every corner of life. It shaped how colonists viewed land, as divinely ordained or spiritually vacant. It shaped how they viewed indigenous peoples, as children to be saved or devils to be removed. It shaped law, labor, gender, education, diplomacy, everything. And because of the 30 Years' War, these convictions were not theoretical. They were sharpened by trauma, fed by martyrdom, and validated by global struggle. Colonists believed they were part of a holy history, a cosmic battle between truth and heresy, light and darkness. This mindset would outlast the war itself. Even after the Peace of Westphalia ended the conflict in Europe in 1648, its religious consequences continued in the colonies through mission expansion, denominational rivalry, and the birth of ideas such as spiritual liberty and the separation of church and state. Ideas born in resistance, forged in blood, and planted in American soil. In 1620, a creaking wooden vessel called the Mayflower cut through the frigid Atlantic. On board were just over 100 men, women, and children, exhausted, half-starved, and carrying nothing but tools, hope, and a fire that burned from centuries of war and religious persecution. They were not explorers. They were not merchants. They were separatists, fleeing a continent soaked in blood and holy vengeance. The story of the Pilgrims is often told in sanitized myths, Thanksgiving feasts, smiling natives, and the pursuit of vague freedom. But the true roots of their journey lay in a much darker world, a Europe convulsed by religious war, militant absolutism, and the apocalyptic visions of a people convinced they were living at the end of days. The 30 Years' War didn't directly cause the Mayflower to sail, but it formed the storm clouds under which it departed. A reformation that refused to heal. To understand the Pilgrims, we must begin with the English Reformation, a national break from the Roman Catholic Church under Henry VIII, followed by the establishment of the Church of England. But for many Protestants, especially the Puritans, the Anglican Church had not gone far enough. It retained too many rituals, too much hierarchy, too much Rome. Among the most radical were the separatists, those who believed the Church of England was beyond redemption and must be abandoned entirely. For this, they were persecuted by English monarchs who saw religious unity as essential to political control. Worship outside the state church was not just heresy, it was treason. The separatists were driven underground. Secret congregations met in barns, cellars, and forests. They whispered sermons and smuggled texts. Many fled to the more tolerant Dutch Republic, including a group from Scrooby, England, who resettled in Leiden, Holland. There, in exile, they waited, watched, and prayed. But Holland was not home. Life was hard. Work was scarce. And as war spread across the continent, even the tolerant Netherlands grew tense. Spanish forces had devastated Protestant cities just a generation earlier. The fear of Catholic retaliation lingered, and the younger generation of separatists was drifting, culturally and spiritually, in a foreign land. They began to look west. 1620. A voyage into judgment. When the separatists decided to leave Holland and sail for the New World, it wasn't out of opportunism. It was out of necessity and theological urgency. Europe was unraveling. In 1618, the defenestration of Prague had set off the 30 Years' War. Catholic armies were sweeping through Protestant lands. Cities were burning. Jesuits were rising. To the Pilgrims, this was no ordinary war. It was divine judgment. In their sermons and writings, they described Europe as Babylon, a sinful, corrupt, and doomed civilization. The only hope, they believed, was to flee the wrath to come and build a new Jerusalem across the sea. America was not just a refuge, it was a covenant. They were not seeking religious freedom in the modern sense. They were seeking the freedom to build a theocracy, to separate not only from the Church of England, but from all compromise, all impurity, all false doctrine. They believed they were God's elect, tasked with founding a pure community in preparation for Christ's return. The Mayflower became their ark. The wilderness is their proving ground. The voyage is a sacred passage, but nothing went as planned. The failed landing and a new covenant. The Pilgrims had intended to settle near the Hudson River, within the bounds of the Virginia Company's territory, but storms and navigational errors pushed them north into what is now Massachusetts. Technically, they had landed outside any legal charter. They were in a legal and political no man's land. Fearing disorder and rebellion, they drafted a new agreement, the Mayflower Compact. This document, just 200 words long, was not a constitution, but a covenant. It pledged loyalty to the English crown and committed the settlers to just and equal laws established by mutual consent. But more importantly, it grounded their authority not in kings, but in God and one another. It was a radical experiment in self-governance, born not of Enlightenment reason, but of apocalyptic theology. The Pilgrims saw themselves as a new Israel, bound together in a holy mission to establish a righteous commonwealth. Their colony would not be a market or a plantation. It would be a church, built in the image of Scripture, sustained by discipline, and prepared for the second coming. A world of death and providence. The land where they landed was eerily empty. Unknown to them, a plague had swept through New England just 3 years earlier, likely leptospirosis, killing up to 90% of the coastal indigenous population. The forests were quiet, villages abandoned, cornfields overgrown. To the Pilgrims, this was not a coincidence. It was providence. They believed God had cleared the land for them. In their journals, they recorded this with awe. William Bradford, governor of the colony, wrote, "But for the natives, they are nearly all dead. Thus, God made room for us." But this theology masked a brutal reality. The survivors, including the Wampanoag, were watching, wary. Chief Massasoit, facing his own political crisis, offered a fragile peace in the form of an alliance. For a time, it held. But suspicion and cultural distance made war inevitable. The Pilgrims did not seek coexistence. They sought purity. And that purity, as it had in Europe, would be defended with force if necessary. A shield built from Scripture. What made the Pilgrims unique was not their suffering. Many people suffered. It was their interpretation of suffering. Every hardship, every death, every crop failure or illness was a test, a divine lesson. Their sermons told them they were Job, or Moses, or Israel in the desert. The land of America was not a new beginning, it was a trial. This mentality hardened them. It made them resilient, it made them suspicious, and it made them capable of terrible things in the name of righteousness. As more ships arrived, bringing other Puritans, non-separatists, and Anglican dissenters, tensions grew. The Pilgrims were not interested in building a pluralistic colony. They wanted uniformity, holiness, and submission to their interpretation of divine will. Those who dissented, like Thomas Morton, who founded the Libertine colony of Marymount, or Roger Williams, who questioned the right to seize native land, were exiled, imprisoned, or worse. The shield the Pilgrims carried was forged from Scripture and war, a defensive theology born in Europe's bloodiest century and planted in American soil. The long shadow of European conflict. Though the 30 Years' War never reached New England's shores, its impact was deeply felt. The Pilgrims saw themselves as a remnant, a chosen few escaping the ruin of a damned continent. They viewed Catholicism as not just a false faith, but a demonic power. The Jesuits in Canada were not missionaries. They were enemies. The Church of England was not a compromise. It was apostasy. This black and white worldview, sharpened by European war, shaped early American identity in profound ways. It sowed the seeds of religious exclusivism, the idea that only one form of worship was valid; colonial exceptionalism, the belief that America was divinely chosen; militant separatism, the readiness to enforce purity through exile or violence; apocalyptic nationalism, the conviction that America's destiny was tied to prophecy. And while the Mayflower voyage became a symbol of liberty in later centuries, its original purpose was something far more radical and far more severe. It was not about tolerance. It was about salvation through separation. By the time the 30 Years' War ended in 1648, the Pilgrims had long since buried their dead, built their villages, and begun exporting their faith. New England was growing. Puritanism was taking root, and the theological scars of Europe had been etched into American foundations. The peace treaties in Europe promoted tolerance, sovereignty, secular diplomacy. But in America, the Pilgrims had already chosen their path, a fortress of faith in a wilderness they believed had been cleared by God's wrath. They were not builders of compromise. They were survivors of the storm. In the shadow of Europe's most brutal religious war, the Dutch chose a different path. While Catholic and Protestant monarchs bled each other dry in the 30 Years' War, and while English Puritans sailed west with apocalyptic sermons in their satchels, the Dutch Republic saw something else in the New World: opportunity. They saw rivers to be mapped, for it to be traded, ports to be fortified, souls to be saved. Maybe, but only after the ledgers are balanced. The Dutch did not come to America to build a city on a hill. They came to build a global trading empire. And in doing so, they laid the foundations of a colonial experiment unlike any other in North America, one that fused Calvinist theology, religious tolerance, and brutal capitalism into a model of imperial ambition shaped as much by war as by wealth. The birth of a republic at war. To understand Dutch colonization, one must begin with the Revolution. The Dutch Republic, formerly known as the United Provinces, was born out of the 80 Years' War, 1568 to 1648, a revolt against Spanish Catholic rule. What began as a rebellion against taxation and absolutism became a war for religious and national independence. The Dutch were Calvinists, followers of a strict Protestant theology that emphasized predestination, moral discipline, and the sovereignty of God in all things. In their view, the Catholic Church was not just corrupted, it was anti-Christ. But unlike their Puritan cousins in England, the Dutch Calvinists had learned a hard lesson through war. Survival required pragmatism. Their economy relied on trade. Their cities thrived on diversity. And so, even while their national identity was Calvinist, their society became remarkably tolerant. Jews fleeing persecution in Iberia, Huguenots from France, Anabaptists, Lutherans, all found refuge in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Leiden. It was not always out of compassion. Often, it was out of necessity. Religious diversity made trade easier. It kept the ports humming. This pragmatism would define Dutch policy in the New World. The Dutch West India Company, empire by corporation. In 1621, 3 years after the start of the 30 Years' War, the Dutch established the Dutch West India Company, WEC. It was no ordinary trading firm. Chartered by the government, it was given quasi-sovereign power to wage war, establish colonies, sign treaties, and govern foreign lands. It was a nation in corporate form, a company with cannons. Its twin goals were simple: break Spanish and Portuguese control of Atlantic trade, extract wealth from the Americas, Africa, and beyond. To do this, it launched a series of military raids and colonial projects, from Brazil to the Caribbean and, crucially, to the North American coast. In 1624, the WIC established a permanent Dutch presence at the mouth of the Hudson River, New Netherland. At its heart was New Amsterdam, today New York City. Missionaries or religious refugees did not found New Netherland. Merchants, agents, and administrators founded it. Its primary purpose was to exploit the fur trade, particularly beaver pelts, through alliances with local indigenous nations. But that didn't mean it was faithless. The colony operated under the religious framework of Dutch Calvinism. Churches were established. Ministers were sent. The Dutch Reformed Church had official status, and Sabbath laws were enforced. But there was a difference, a profound one, from the Puritan colonies to the north. In Massachusetts, dissent was exile. In New Netherland, dissent was tolerated. The WIC, ever mindful of trade, allowed other Protestants, Lutherans, Mennonites, even English Puritans, to worship in private. They allowed Sephardic Jews, expelled from Brazil after Portuguese reconquest, to settle and eventually build the first Jewish community in North America. They allowed free blacks to own property, marry, and even petition for manumission, long before such rights existed in English colonies. This was not liberalism as we know it. It was colonial pragmatism. The WIC needed settlers. It needed labor. It needed peace between diverse communities so trade could flourish. And so, it managed difference, not by eliminating it, but by containing it. But that tolerance had limits: warfare, slavery, and empire. Behind the surface of tolerance and trade was a darker reality. The Dutch West India Company was not just a merchant venture. It was a militarized machine, driven by the logic of profit through domination. In West Africa, the WIC built slave forts, including Elmina and Gorée, to capture and export enslaved Africans. In the Caribbean, Dutch privateers raided Spanish ships and colonies, seeking silver, sugar, and strategic ports. And in New Netherland, when diplomacy failed, the company turned to war. In the early 1640s, Governor Willem Kieft launched a series of brutal attacks against the Lenape and other neighboring tribes. His policies sparked the Kieft's War, 1643 to 1645, a bloody and destructive conflict that devastated indigenous villages and left New Netherland deeply unstable. Even fellow Dutch colonists protested Kieft's actions. He had violated the fragile balance of trade and diplomacy that had made the colony successful. His violence was bad for business. He was eventually recalled to the Netherlands, a rare case in which corporate failure led to consequences. But the pattern remained: tolerance at home, domination abroad. The same system that allowed a Jew to open a shop in New Amsterdam also enslaved Africans on sugar plantations in Curaçao. The Sasame Company, which signed peace treaties with the Iroquois, also armed them in wars against their neighbors. The indigenous dimension: diplomacy and guns. The Dutch understood that their survival in New Netherland depended on indigenous alliances. Unlike the English, who saw native land as a blank slate, the Dutch treated native nations as political actors. They traded with the Mohawk and Mohican. They negotiated with the Lenape. They established covenant chains, long-term diplomatic frameworks, particularly with the Iroquois Confederacy. These alliances were transactional, not paternalistic. The Dutch did not attempt mass conversion. There were no widespread mission schools. Instead, they offered goods for pelts, weapons for allegiance, and alcohol for compliance. It was a cold calculus, and it often sowed chaos. By supplying the Iroquois with firearms, the Dutch helped fuel the Beaver Wars, a series of conflicts in which the Iroquois expanded their power across the Great Lakes, devastating rival tribes like the Huron and Erie. These wars were not just native conflicts. They were shaped by European markets, driven by demand for furs, and armed by foreign steel. In this way, the Dutch became co-authors of indigenous violence, not through ideology, but through economics. Tensions within. Faith versus commerce. The Calvinist ministers in New Netherland often clashed with company officials. They wanted strict moral enforcement. The company wanted tax revenue. Ministers denounced drunkenness, loose living, and Sabbath breaking. Merchants prioritized trade. The result was a colony constantly balancing between spiritual conformity and economic pluralism. This tension reached a peak under the governorship of Peter Stuyvesant, 1647 to 1664, a devout Calvinist and strict disciplinarian. He tried to crack down on non-reformed churches, including Lutherans and Jews. But the company overruled him. In a now famous petition, the Jewish community appealed directly to the directors in Amsterdam. The company responded, "We cannot refuse them, as we also have to treat them well for the benefit of the trade." Commerce won. In 1664, during the Anglo-Dutch conflict, English warships sailed into New Amsterdam's harbor. Stuyvesant, with little support, surrendered the colony. The English renamed it New York. New Netherland was gone, but its legacy remained. Its laws on property rights and religious toleration influenced later colonial policies. Its cultural diversity laid the groundwork for the pluralism of modern New York. Its economic model, corporate-led colonization, would be imitated by later empires. Its moral tensions between faith and profit, order and freedom, still echo today. And behind it all, its creation was inseparable from war. The 30 Years' War in Europe, the 80 Years' War in the Netherlands, and the global struggle for trade supremacy shaped every decision the Dutch made. They saw the New World not as a sanctuary, but as a gamble. A gambit made in the hopes that commerce could succeed where theology and swords had failed. In 1618, as Europe descended into the 30 Years' War, the French crown sharpened not just its swords, but its crosses. For France, the war was both political and sacred. It was a struggle to contain the Habsburgs, defend royal interests, and preserve the soul of the Catholic world. But even as cannon fire echoed across the Rhineland, France looked west, to a land of rivers and forests, of souls and trade. New France. Here, across the Atlantic, France would extend not just its empire, but its faith. And yet, the spiritual destiny of French America was never simple. It was shaped by contradiction. Between the king's absolute Catholicism and the flickering hopes of French Protestants, between Jesuit devotion and colonial ambition, between saving souls and securing furs. In the wilderness of North America, France wielded both the crucifix and the sword, and found itself torn between unity and diversity, conviction and survival. France in the age of religious trauma. France had entered the 17th century bloodied by religious war. From 1562 to 1598, it had endured the French Wars of Religion, a violent struggle between Catholics and Huguenots, French Calvinists. Cities burned, neighbors killed neighbors, tens of thousands died. The trauma culminated in the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572, when Catholic mobs, encouraged by royal factions, slaughtered thousands of Huguenots in Paris and across the kingdom. The wounds cut deep. In 1598, King Henry IV, himself a former Huguenot, issued the Edict of Nantes, granting Protestants limited tolerance. It was a fragile peace, based on pragmatism more than reconciliation. But when Louis XIII came to power, especially under the influence of Cardinal Richelieu, France began to reverse course. Religious unity became state policy. Catholicism was not just favored, it was enforced. And that policy would shape colonial ambitions. New France, a Catholic empire of souls. The French colonies in North America, centered in Quebec, founded in 1608, were never as populous as their English or Spanish rivals. But what they lacked in settlers, they made up for in missionary zeal. From the outset, New France was framed as a dual enterprise, economic and evangelical. The fur trade brought wealth, but the conversion of indigenous peoples was seen as a holy duty. France's Catholic monarchy believed that its American colonies were extensions of a divine mandate to spread the one true faith. At the center of this mission stood the Jesuits. The Jesuit vision. The Society of Jesus, the intellectual and spiritual shock troops of the Counter-Reformation, played an outsized role in shaping New France. Trained in linguistics, philosophy, and cultural immersion, Jesuit missionaries saw themselves not just as teachers, but as martyrs in waiting. They ventured deep into indigenous lands, to Huron, Algonquin, and Montagnais villages, learning native languages, recording ethnographies, and translating scripture. Their writings, collected in the Jesuit Relations, remain among the most detailed accounts of early indigenous life in the Americas, though filtered through a theological lens. The Jesuits were not content with superficial conversions. They aimed to reshape entire worldviews. They sought to replace seasonal ceremonies with Christian sacraments, oral tradition with catechism, and clan leaders with parish priests. But they faced profound resistance. Many indigenous people found Jesuit teachings incompatible with their ways of life. Conversion often meant abandoning communal rituals, kinship ties, and spiritual traditions rooted in land, animals, and ancestral spirits. Some converted strategically to gain favor, trade access, or protection. Others saw the Jesuits as dangerous, especially after the disease swept through villages. Disease, death, and martyrdom. The most devastating consequence of contact was not doctrine, but epidemic. As in New England, indigenous communities in Canada had no immunity to Old World diseases. Smallpox, measles, and influenza all arrived with French traders and missionaries. Mortality rates were catastrophic. Despite this, the Jesuits persisted. Between 1642 and 1649, several Jesuits were captured and killed during escalating conflicts between the Huron, French allies, and the Iroquois Confederacy, increasingly aligned with Dutch and English interests. Men like Jean de Brébeuf and Gabriel Lalemant were tortured and executed, their flesh burned, their hearts torn out, their remains later enshrined as relics. They became the North American martyrs, canonized by the Church and revered as examples of unwavering faithfulness. Their deaths fueled recruitment. Their stories were published in Europe as evidence that the mission field was a site of holy struggle, that the Americas were not just contested by empire, but by heaven and hell. Huguenots in exile, the Protestant dream denied. While Catholic France pursued missionary conquest in the north, French Protestants, the Huguenots, looked elsewhere. Some dreamed of their own colonies, places of refuge and freedom of religion. The most famous of these was Fort Caroline, founded in 1564 in what is now Florida. Sponsored by Admiral Coligny and composed of Huguenot settlers, it was a fragile Protestant beachhead in a Catholic world. But Spain, defending its claim to Florida and its role as Catholic enforcer, would not tolerate it. In 1565, Spanish troops under Pedro Menéndez de Avilés attacked Fort Caroline, massacring nearly all of its inhabitants, many after they had surrendered. Survivors were hanged under signs that read, "Not as Frenchmen, but as heretics." The message was clear: there would be no Protestant France in America. By the early 1600s, France's monarchy, especially under Richelieu, increasingly restricted Protestant emigration. The colonies, like the homeland, were to be unified in faith. Some Huguenots fled to the Dutch Republic or English colonies. A few found quiet lives in New France, often hiding their beliefs. But the official line was firm: Catholicism ruled. This exclusion was a missed opportunity. While the English colonies expanded rapidly, fed by waves of dissenters and sectarian diversity, French America remained small, tightly controlled, slow-growing, and spiritually uniform. Empire built on fragile ground. For all its zeal, New France was fragile. Its settlements were scattered. Its population was tiny, just a few thousand by the mid-1600s. Its economy relied heavily on the fur trade, which depended on indigenous alliances increasingly strained by warfare and disease. And while the Jesuits brought spiritual infrastructure, they also brought political entanglement. By embedding themselves in Huron society, they bound New France's fate to Huron survival. When the Iroquois launched devastating attacks in the late 1640s, destroying Huron villages and scattering survivors, the entire missionary network collapsed. The French crown responded with military fortifications and tighter control. In 1663, Louis XIV revoked the colony's charter and made it a royal province. From then on, New France would be governed directly from Versailles, with bishops, generals, and bureaucrats enforcing the king's will. The colony became more Catholic than ever, but no closer to security. Huguenots in exile, the Protestant dream. Denied while Catholic France pursued missionary conquest in the north, French Protestants, the Huguenots, looked elsewhere. Some dreamed of their own colonies, places of refuge and freedom of religion. The most famous of these was Fort Caroline, founded in 1564 in what is now Florida. Sponsored by Admiral Coligny and composed of Huguenot settlers, it was a fragile Protestant beachhead in a Catholic world. But Spain, defending its claim to Florida and its role as Catholic enforcer, would not tolerate it. In 1565, Spanish troops under Pedro Menéndez de Avilés attacked Fort Caroline, massacring nearly all of its inhabitants, many after they had surrendered. Survivors were hanged under signs that read, "Not as Frenchmen, but as heretics." The message was clear: there would be no Protestant France in America. By the early 1600s, France's monarchy, especially under Richelieu, increasingly restricted Protestant emigration. The colonies, like the homeland, were to be unified in faith. Some Huguenots fled to the Dutch Republic or English colonies. A few found quiet lives in New France, often hiding their beliefs. But the official line was firm: Catholicism ruled. This exclusion was a missed opportunity. While the English colonies expanded rapidly, fed by waves of dissenters and sectarian diversity, French America remained small, tightly controlled, slow-growing, and spiritually uniform. Empire built on fragile ground. For all its zeal, New France was fragile. Its settlements were scattered. Its population was tiny, just a few thousand by the mid-1600s. Its economy relied heavily on the fur trade, which depended on indigenous alliances increasingly strained by warfare and disease. And while the Jesuits brought spiritual infrastructure, they also brought political entanglement. By embedding themselves in Huron society, they bound New France's fate to Huron survival. When the Iroquois launched devastating attacks in the late 1640s, destroying Huron villages and scattering survivors, the entire missionary network collapsed. The French crown responded with military fortifications and tighter control. In 1663, Louis XIV revoked the colony's charter and made it a royal province. From then on, New France would be governed directly from Versailles, with bishops, generals, and bureaucrats enforcing the king's will. The colony became more Catholic than ever, but no closer to security. Legacy, unity, ruin, and memory. France's colonial experiment in faith was marked by grandeur and tragedy. The Jesuits brought literacy, medicine, and a passionate sense of purpose. But they also helped dismantle indigenous cultures and justified imperialism with scripture. The Huguenots, denied a place in the French colonies, helped populate rival settlements, bringing skills, capital, and ambition to England, the Netherlands, and later, the Carolinas. And the French crown, in enforcing religious unity, constrained its own colonial potential, trading diversity for control and expansion for orthodoxy. By the end of the 30 Years' War in 1648, France had emerged as Europe's dominant Catholic power, triumphant over the Habsburgs, ascendant in continental politics. But its North American empire remained small, vulnerable, and rigid, a mirror of France's absolutist dreams, but one that would eventually shatter under the weight of war, revolution, and the rise of pluralist empires. Still, the echo of France's Catholic sword lingers, in place, names, in memory, and in the ruins of mission outposts lost to time. By the early 1600s, the Spanish Empire ruled the largest colonial domain the world had ever seen. Its banners flew over the Andes and the Amazon, the deserts of Mexico, and the swamps of Florida. Gold and silver flowed from the mines of Potosí and Zacatecas into the vaults of Madrid and the cathedrals of Seville. Its priests baptized entire nations, and its galleons stitched together a global economy that reached from Manila to Mexico to Madrid. But behind the illusion of infinite power, Spain was bleeding. It was bleeding men, bleeding silver, bleeding empire. The 30 Years' War, though centered in Central Europe, would mark a turning point in Spanish imperial decline, a decline shaped as much by European bloodshed as by colonial overreach. While France, England, and the Netherlands carved new paths in the Americas, Spain fought desperately to maintain an empire too large to govern and too expensive to defend. And though the battles were fought in Bohemia and Bavaria, the empire's foundations trembled in Mexico, Peru, Florida, and deep within the veins of overworked miners. Spain's empire at its peak and breaking point. At the dawn of the 17th century, Spain stood as the dominant global superpower. Under the Habsburg dynasty, it ruled over the Iberian Peninsula, the Low Countries, modern Belgium and the Netherlands, parts of Italy, vast stretches of the Americas, the Philippines, and other Pacific outposts. But this power was brittle. It depended on a constant influx of wealth, particularly silver, to finance its armies and royal expenditures. The crown's domestic tax base was weak. Its economy relied on imported goods, and its bureaucracy, bloated and inefficient, struggled to manage far-flung territories. The Spanish Road, a military supply route stretching from northern Italy to the Netherlands, and the vast fleets crossing the Atlantic were fueled by American silver. Without it, Spain's armies would starve, its allies would falter, and its global system would collapse. And then came war. The weight of the 30 Years' War. Though the 30 Years' War began as a localized conflict in Bohemia, it quickly drew Spain into the maelstrom. As a Catholic power, Spain rushed to support the Austrian Habsburgs, their imperial cousins, against Protestant rebels. Spanish troops fought on the Rhine, in Alsace, and across the German states. But Spain's true obsession remained the Netherlands. The 80 Years' War, Spain's long and brutal attempt to suppress the Protestant Dutch revolt, had drained Spanish coffers for decades. When the truce with the Dutch expired in 1621, just as the 30 Years' War escalated, Spain found itself fighting on multiple fronts against various enemies, with a treasury already cracking. To sustain its campaigns, the Spanish crown doubled down on colonial extraction. Shipments of silver from Potosí and Zacatecas were taxed more heavily. Indigenous labor systems, like the repartimiento and the mita, were intensified. Encomenderos and royal agents demanded higher quotas. Mercury mines in Huancavelica were pushed to their limits, as the patio process of silver refining required massive inputs of the toxic metal. The human cost was catastrophic. Colonial strain and exploitation. In the silver mines of Upper Peru, modern Bolivia, indigenous laborers, often conscripted through the restructured Inca Mita system, worked under horrific conditions. Exhaustion, mercury poisoning, cave-ins, and disease claimed thousands each year. Families were torn apart as young men were sent on rotational labor drafts, many of whom never returned home. Entire villages in the Andean highlands were depopulated to feed the imperial machine. Meanwhile, in New Spain, Mexico, the crown leaned heavily on the riches of Zacatecas and Guanajuato. The city of Zacatecas, a boomtown of wealth and death, produced tons of silver that were hauled overland to Veracruz, loaded onto galleons, and sent to Seville. These shipments funded Spain's war effort in Europe, but at home, they bred instability. The relentless focus on extraction left the Americas underdefended and politically fragile. Resources that could have strengthened fortifications, settlements, and local governance were instead funneled into Europe's endless war. In Florida, settlements like St. Augustine languished. In New Mexico, fragile missions were left isolated. In the Caribbean, pirates and rival navies, mainly Dutch and English privateers, grew bold, sensing Spain's weakness. Even within the heart of the empire, cracks deepened. Piracy, rebellion, and internal decay. The 30 Years' War coincided with a surge in maritime raiding and piracy across the Atlantic. The Dutch, now backed by a powerful merchant navy and driven by hatred for their former overlords, launched attacks on Spanish shipping lanes. Dutch privateers captured Bahia, Brazil, raided Puerto Rico, and even threatened Havana. The English, though not formal participants in the war until late, sent privateers and adventurers, men like Henry Morgan, to disrupt Spanish shipping and plunder Caribbean outposts. Meanwhile, within Spanish America, internal rebellion simmered. In 1624, riots erupted in Mexico City over food shortages and government corruption. In Peru, indigenous resistance to forced labor never entirely disappeared. Minor revolts, escape networks, and passive resistance slowed production. In the Philippines, Muslim and Chinese rebellions tested Spain's eastern flank, especially as resources were diverted to Europe. The Crown's response was to tighten control, imposing new viceroys, royal inspections, and more centralized taxation. But this only deepened resentment among local elites, indigenous leaders, and mixed-race populations seeking autonomy. The empire was held together by ships and silver, both of which were under siege. The limits of silver, inflation, and economic collapse. Perhaps the most bitter irony of the Spanish imperial model was this: the very silver that powered its armies also undermined its economy. By the 1630s, Spain was facing crippling inflation. The flood of American bullion devalued currency across Europe. Prices soared. Wages stagnated. The crown borrowed heavily from foreign bankers, often using future silver shipments as collateral. When shipments were delayed, by storms, piracy, or rebellion, the royal treasury defaulted. In 1627, Spain declared bankruptcy. Again. It had done so before, in 1557 and 1575. But the 1627 default came at a time of maximum vulnerability. With wars on multiple fronts, internal decay, and a treasury in chaos, Spain's imperial machinery began to seize up. By the 1640s, the once mighty Habsburg Empire was limping. The Peace of Westphalia in 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War, confirmed what had already become clear. Spain's moment had passed. It recognized Dutch independence, lost territory in Northern Europe, and watched as France emerged as the new Catholic power on the continent. The war was over, but the damage had been done. North America, the forgotten frontier. While Spain maintained dominance in Mexico, Central America, and the Andes, its North American territories were increasingly neglected. Settlements in Florida, Texas, and New Mexico were underfunded and vulnerable. Native resistance, harsh climates, and long supply lines made these areas difficult to defend. Without silver, they offered little incentive, yet they formed the buffer zone against English and French encroachment. Spain's religious orders, particularly the Franciscans, continued missionary work in the Southwest. But without strong military backing, many missions remained precarious outposts. Conflicts with the Pueblo and Apache peoples persisted. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680, decades after the war's end, would see Spanish settlers driven out of New Mexico entirely for over a decade. The 30 Years' War didn't just exhaust Spain and Europe, it also exhausted. It hollowed out its ability to adapt in the Americas. As France, England, and the Netherlands began constructing dynamic, pluralistic, and trade-driven colonial societies, Spain clung to a decaying model of extraction and orthodoxy. A haunted empire. In the years following the war, Spain remained a vast empire, but it was an exhausted one. Its people overtaxed, its colonies are restless, its enemies are emboldened. The silver strain of the 30 Years' War had revealed the central contradiction of the Spanish Empire. That an empire built on wealth without reform, on expansion without investment, on conquest without adaptation, could only burn so brightly before it collapsed under its own weight. By 1648, the maps still showed Spanish flags across 2 continents, but the twilight had begun. When the guns fell silent in 1648, Central Europe lay in ruins. The Peace of Westphalia ended the 30 Years' War, but what remained was a shattered world. Villages were gone, cities emptied. Fields, once golden with wheat, grew wild with weeds. The Holy Roman Empire, that chaotic patchwork of over 300 principalities, had become a graveyard of empires and peasants alike. Millions were dead, from starvation, plague, fire, and blade. But not all perished. Some fled, some wandered, and some, years later, crossed an ocean. Though the United States would not be born for another century, the roots of one of its most significant immigrant groups, the German-speaking peoples, lay in the smoking ruins of the 30 Years' War. This chapter explores the long ripple of that destruction, how a continent's trauma gave rise to a quiet, determined migration that reshaped British America, not through conquest, but through culture, faith, and community. The war that shattered a continent. Between 1618 and 1648, the 30 Years' War killed as many as 8 million people, mainly within the fractured territories of the Holy Roman Empire, encompassing modern-day Germany, Austria, Czechia, Switzerland, and parts of France and Poland. Though it began as a Protestant-Catholic conflict, it evolved into a broader struggle for dominance among the Habsburgs, the Bourbons, and other minor German princes. Armies, foreign and domestic, marched through the land like plagues. They looted towns, burned farms, desecrated churches, raped and murdered civilians. Soldiers lived off the land, and the land was exhausted. The German countryside, once among the most densely populated and productive in Europe, became a patchwork of famine and flight. Entire regions lost more than 50% of their population. Cities like Magdeburg, sacked in 1631 by imperial forces, became symbols of annihilation. Of its 30,000 residents, fewer than 5,000 survived. The rest were slaughtered or burned alive. And when the war finally ended, peace brought little comfort. The economy was broken, trade collapsed, disease lingered. The social fabric, guilds, churches, town councils, had been shredded. Those who remained behind would try to rebuild. But others, especially radical Protestant minorities, began to look westward. The rise of religious refugees. Among the most affected by the war were Anabaptists, Mennonites, Pietists, and Reformed Lutherans, sects that had often found themselves caught between Catholic suppression and Protestant state churches. The Peace of Westphalia granted rulers the right to determine their territory's official religion, cuius regio, ius religio, meaning that if your prince was Catholic, so were you. If he were Lutheran, so were you. Those who disagreed faced expulsion or persecution. This left tens of thousands of families spiritually homeless, tolerated nowhere, loyal to no throne, and clinging to their own forms of worship in barns, caves, or forests. These weren't nobles or merchants. They were farmers, millers, weavers. They asked not for power, only peace. But in a post-war Europe obsessed with control, even peace was hard to find. And so the seeds of future emigration were planted, long before the ships sailed. England's new role: protector of the persecuted. In the aftermath of the war, England began to position itself as a Protestant protector. Though it had remained mostly on the sidelines of the 30 Years' War, England watched with horror as Protestant communities were wiped out across the continent. The English press published pamphlets detailing atrocities against German Lutherans, Czech Hussites, and Swiss Reformed churches. This was no accident. The early 1600s were a time of increasing English Protestant identity. The civil wars in Britain, the rise of Puritanism, and the execution of Charles I in 1649 all reinforced the idea that England was a sanctuary for true faith and a bulwark against Rome. This Protestant nationalism extended to the New World. By the late 1600s and early 1700s, as more German-speaking refugees sought safety, England, and especially its North American colonies, became a beacon. The first German arrivals in the English colonies. The earliest trickle of German-speaking settlers into British America began in the late 1600s, but it wasn't until the 1700s that the flow became a migration. Still, the roots go back to the war's aftermath. Some notable early settlements include Germantown, Pennsylvania, 1683. Founded by a group of German Mennonites and Quakers seeking religious freedom. They were invited by William Penn, himself a radical dissenter who envisioned Pennsylvania as a holy experiment of tolerance. New York's Hudson Valley. After the English took New Netherland from the Dutch in 1664, They inherited communities that included German-speaking Lutherans and Reformed Protestants. Over time, more arrivals settled along the Hudson, contributing to the region's diversity. South Carolina. A small but significant group of German Swiss settled in the backcountry, drawn by offers of land and freedom from military conscription. These settlers did not arrive in conquest, but in search of peace, and they brought with them something precious: skills, discipline, and a deep suspicion of tyranny. Cultural legacy, faith, farming, and freedom. German-speaking immigrants profoundly shaped colonial America, especially in the Middle Colonies. Though they arrived decades after the 30 Years' War ended, their cultural memory of it endured. They remembered the pillaged villages, the burnt churches, the forced conversions. They remembered the trauma of being pawns in princes' games. And in America, they are determined to build something different. 1. Faith without force. Most German immigrants were intensely religious, but also deeply committed to nonviolence, tolerance, and local autonomy. Mennonites, Brethren, and other peace churches refused to serve in the military. Many refused to swear oaths. They believed in inward faith, not outward display. 2. Agricultural genius. German farmers brought advanced techniques in crop rotation, barn design, and soil management. They transformed the Pennsylvania backcountry into some of the most productive farmland in North America. 3. Communalism and education. German-speaking settlers valued community decision-making, printed newspapers in their own language, and established some of the first bilingual schools. Their presence added linguistic and cultural complexity to the English colonies, and a model of pluralism without chaos. 4. Resistance to slavery. While not uniformly abolitionist, many German Protestant communities, especially in Pennsylvania, became early critics of slavery. The 1688 Germantown Quaker petition against slavery was one of the first written protests against human bondage in the colonies. The long memory of war. Though few German settlers spoke explicitly of the 30 Years' War, its memory was embedded in their worldview. It shaped their distrust of standing armies. It fueled their rejection of state churches. It taught them that governments, when fused with religious absolutism, could destroy civilizations. And so, in quiet valleys and along wooded creeks, they built a new kind of community. Not utopian, not always harmonious, but durable, modest, and resilient. Their influence grew with time. By the time of the American Revolution, German-speaking settlers made up over 10% of the population in some colonies. Many would fight for independence. Others remained neutral, wary of yet another war. But all had been shaped, directly or indirectly, by the refugee currents set in motion by Europe's longest war. Today, the cultural echoes of this migration remain. The Pennsylvania Dutch, from Deutsch, kept their language alive for centuries. Lutheran and Mennonite churches dot the landscape of the American Midwest. Traditions of nonviolence, community schooling, and local governance trace back to Anabaptist ideals. And millions of Americans of German descent still carry surnames that once fled across the ocean. The story of the 30 Years' War is often told in terms of princes and generals, treaties and battlefields. But its most lasting impact may lie not in the treaties of Westphalia, but in the quiet decisions of families who said, "Never again," and chose to leave behind a continent of blood for the uncertain hope of freedom. They brought no banners, they raised no forts, but they reshaped America from the soil up. After 30 years of slaughter, starvation, and disease, Europe finally laid down its arms. In 1648, A series of treaties known collectively as the Peace of Westphalia ended the most devastating conflict the continent had ever seen. The cities of Münster and Osnabrück, where exhausted diplomats gathered, were not only sites of negotiation, they were grave markers for a shattered world. What emerged from these treaties would not just shape the future of Europe, but would echo across the Atlantic, influencing the very structure of colonial rule, the ideology of statehood, and eventually the birth of American political identity. The 30 Years' War had begun as a desperate struggle over religion, with Protestant and Catholic armies clashing across the patchwork quilt of the Holy Roman Empire. But over time, it became something else: a war of dynastic rivalry, of imperial ambition, of sheer survival. Entire regions of Central Europe were reduced to wastelands. Populations were decimated. Economies collapsed. By 1648, the war had killed as many as 8 million people, the vast majority of them civilians. No side emerged victorious. There was no triumph, only exhaustion. The Peace of Westphalia was, in many ways, a radical break from Europe's past. For the first time, diplomacy was centered not on universal empires or religious orthodoxy, but on sovereign equality. The treaties recognized the independence of the Dutch Republic and the Swiss Confederacy, confirmed the decline of Habsburg supremacy, and carved out new balances of power between Catholic and Protestant states. Most crucially, Westphalia established the foundational principle that each ruler could determine the religion of their own state, while also protecting religious minorities from persecution. This wasn't tolerance in the modern sense, but it was a significant step away from the absolutist zeal that had fueled decades of war. Though the agreements were negotiated in Europe, their consequences rippled outward, all the way to the Americas. The ideological shift that Westphalia signaled, away from religious empire and toward pragmatic, territorially defined state power, helped shape how European nations viewed their colonies. No longer were colonies seen merely as religious missions or ideological proving grounds. They became instruments of national interest, extensions of the sovereign state, not of a universal Christendom. This mattered immensely in a colonial world already defined by overlapping claims, competing theologies, and fragile footholds. In New France, the Jesuit missions that had once imagined a Catholic theocracy among indigenous peoples began to evolve into tools of French national strategy. The martyrdom of missionaries like Jean de Brébeuf was still revered, but the French crown now focused on fortifying outposts and cultivating alliances, particularly with the Huron and Algonquin. In New Netherland, the Dutch, emerging as a sovereign republic formally recognized at Westphalia, doubled down on their commercial empire, using trade, not theology, as the engine of expansion. And in English colonies like Virginia and Massachusetts, the memory of religious persecution remained strong. But so too did the slow emergence of self-governance, the belief that local assemblies, bound by covenants and charters, could govern without interference from distant kings. Westphalia also transformed the diplomatic imagination. Before 1648, wars were often waged for religious reasons, to defend the true faith, to crush heresy, to fulfill divine will. After Westphalia, wars were increasingly fought over national interests, resources, trade routes, and influence. This shift is crucial to understanding imperial competition in the Americas over the next century. The battles between England and France in the New World, the expansion into indigenous territory, the rush to control rivers, forts, and harbors. All these would be justified not as acts of spiritual warfare, but as manifestations of sovereign right. The world was entering the age of the modern state. But perhaps the most profound legacy of Westphalia was conceptual. It introduced an idea that would later take root in the minds of colonial Americans: the notion that political legitimacy stems from secular authority, not divine appointment. By reducing the power of the Pope and ending the dream of a unified Christendom, Westphalia made room, however unintentionally, for pluralism, secularism, and eventually, popular sovereignty. These ideas would take a century to mature, but the seeds were planted in 1648 on the battlefields of Europe and in the scrolls of exhausted diplomats. In British America, the impact was slower but no less significant. As European powers shifted from crusaders to administrators, their colonial policies began to reflect the Westphalian model. Local governors were appointed not as missionaries, but as agents of the crown. Colonial assemblies gained more autonomy, especially in places like Pennsylvania, where religious diversity demanded political compromise. The very structure of colonies, with defined borders, legal codes, and recognizable governments, mirrored the emerging idea of the state as a bounded, secular authority. This transition was crucial in the religious sphere. In the century after Westphalia, the colonies gradually moved from rigid theocratic models, such as Puritan Massachusetts, to more flexible systems that allowed dissent. Baptists, Quakers, and Lutherans slowly gained footholds. The idea that multiple faiths could coexist under a single political system, unthinkable in the early 1600s, became not just tolerated, but eventually protected. Still, the Peace of Westphalia did not bring peace to the colonies. Imperial rivalries intensified. Religious tensions persisted. Indigenous nations continued to face dispossession, disease, and war. But the logic of empire had changed. The colony was no longer an outpost of divine mandate. It was now a geopolitical asset, a node in a vast system of trade, territory, and power. By the time of the American Revolution in the late 18th century, many of the principles born in 1648, non-interference in internal affairs, sovereignty of the people, and balance of power diplomacy, had been adopted, adapted, and radicalized. When American revolutionaries rejected the divine right of kings, when they drafted secular constitutions, when they declared independence not in the name of God, but in the name of natural rights, they were, in some deep and indirect way, children of Westphalia. And yet, there is irony in the legacy. The Peace of Westphalia was never intended to birth liberty. It was designed to end exhaustion, to formalize toleration only enough to stop the bleeding. Its architects sought stability, not freedom. But in the hands of later generations, it became a foundation, one that allowed people to imagine a world beyond absolutism, beyond religious violence, beyond inherited power. In that sense, the fire that burned Europe from 1618 to 1648 was not just destructive. It was transformative. It consumed the old order and left behind the ashes from which modern states, and eventually modern revolutions, would rise. And across the Atlantic, in the forests of North America, a different kind of fire smoldered, not of war, but of ideas. Ideas that would soon challenge the empire itself. By the end of the 30 Years' War in 1648, Europe was irrevocably changed. Cities once famed for learning and wealth lay in rubble. Monarchs reigned over fractured kingdoms. Faith, once the organizing principle of empires, had been caged behind treaties and borders. The Peace of Westphalia redrew the map, but beyond the lines inked in Europe, it also redrew the future of the New World. From the forests of Quebec to the swamps of Florida, the aftershocks of the war rippled outward. The Americas may not have hosted their battles, but they absorbed their consequences. What had begun as a theological quarrel in Bohemia helped forge the colonial order of the Atlantic world, shaping how Europeans governed, who they welcomed, what they feared, and ultimately, what they believed about themselves. This was the hidden legacy of the 30 Years' War in America. Not cannonballs and sieges, but systems and mindsets. Not crusades, but contracts. Not holy missions, but global empires. The colonial powers that emerged strongest from the war, France, England, and the Dutch Republic, did so not simply by winning battles, but by adapting. Spain, though still vast on paper, had entered a twilight of exhaustion. The war had drained its silver, exposed the brittleness of its empire, and left its North American holdings underpopulated, vulnerable, and culturally stagnant. Its colonies, once militant in faith, now limped forward on fumes. The French, by contrast, emerged from the war more centralized and more confident. Though their North American holdings remained sparsely populated, the Jesuits' missionary zeal, backed by the Crown, laid the groundwork for alliances and cultural infrastructure that would define New France. The vision of a Catholic empire in the Americas lived on, but now in a more strategic form. Missions tied to trade, conversions tied to diplomacy. The Dutch, newly recognized as an independent state by the Peace of Westphalia, brought the ruthless clarity of capitalism to the colonial project. New Netherland, carved into the coast with fur trade in mind, was not a city on a hill. It was a marketplace in a swamp. The Dutch used religious tolerance as a tool, not a virtue, welcoming Jews, dissenters, and traders of all stripes as long as the ledgers balanced. This model, though short-lived, profoundly influenced the urban and cultural DNA of what would become New York City. But it was England that would eventually gain the most from the war's aftermath. Though its early colonies were modest and frequently chaotic, torn between Puritan theocracy and mercantile ambition, England benefited from a key transformation sparked by the war: the rise of religious refugees and the decline of absolutist Catholic power in Europe. As German-speaking Protestants, French Huguenots, and Dutch Reformed families fled the scars of continental war, England's more flexible colonial framework, especially in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the Carolinas, offered refuge. This influx did not merely populate towns, it transformed them. It brought with it pluralism, craftsmanship, and a memory of persecution that shaped political consciousness for generations. The trauma of war taught these immigrants the dangers of entangled church and state, of standing armies, of religious tyranny cloaked in law. And so they built quieter, more self-governing, more peace-driven communities. In time, those communities would become the breeding grounds of revolution. Meanwhile, the indigenous peoples of the Americas bore the silent cost of these transformations. As European empires emerged from the war more centralized and expansionist, colonial administrators intensified their grip on territory and trade. The balance between diplomacy and domination shifted. French alliances with the Huron and Algonquin, Dutch trade networks with the Mohawk, and Spanish mission systems in the Southwest all became more rigid, more extractive. European rivalries spilt into native politics, drawing tribes into conflicts shaped not by their own goals, but by the wars and treaties of distant kings. The Iroquois, empowered by Dutch arms and fueled by European demand for furs, waged the Beaver Wars across the Great Lakes, reshaping indigenous geopolitics. The Huron Confederacy, weakened by disease and Jesuit entanglements, collapsed under pressure. Native nations learned quickly. Survival in the post-Westphalian world required playing the empires against each other. Those who succeeded endured. Those who didn't disappeared. Even the landscape changed. European war had accelerated the extraction economy of silver in Spanish America, furs in the north, and tobacco in the south. These industries demanded labor, land, and logistics. Forests were cleared, rivers claimed, plantations spread. The logic of the modern state, born in the treaties of 1648, required measurement, taxation, and control. The New World was no longer merely a colony. It was an appendage of the state, a territory to be managed, mapped, and monetized. And yet, from this control also came resistance. The very ideas that Westphalia introduced, sovereignty, non-interference, pluralism, began to take root in the colonies in ways their European authors never intended. Colonial assemblies started asserting their rights. Merchants demanded free trade. Religious minorities claimed protection under natural law, not royal decree. Over time, the language of diplomacy, once reserved for kings, became the language of settlers. By the 1700s, a generation of colonial leaders, from Virginia planters to Philadelphia printers, had internalized a new political theology. That authority required consent, that faith and governance must be separate, and that sovereignty could reside not just in princes, but in the people. These were not accidents of geography or fate. They were the long echoes of war, of a war that taught Europe the cost of absolutism and taught the colonies the value of its alternatives. The New World, then, was not born of liberty alone. It was born of blood, not just spilt in American soil, but in the fields of Bohemia, the ruins of Magdeburg, and the alleys of Münster. It was shaped by ideas forged in desperation. That order was better than righteousness, that tolerance was safer than orthodoxy, that peace required boundaries. The 30 Years' War is often remembered as a European tragedy, a continental disaster, but its legacy stretched far beyond. It shaped the empire's map. It defined the principles of international law, and it planted the intellectual seeds that would one day bloom into revolutionary fire on the shores of Boston, Philadelphia, and Charleston. In America, the war left no battlefields, but it left a blueprint drawn in blood. They left to find freedom, but landed in chaos. 66 days of storm, death, and division. What really happened in 1620? Forget the fairy tales. This is the brutal, political, and astonishingly human story behind the Mayflower, the Compact, and the myth of America's first Thanksgiving. They called it the First Thanksgiving, a harvest feast shared between peaceful pilgrims and noble natives. A new world was born in gratitude, harmony, and God's grace, or so we were told. But history, real history, rarely fits into parables. The Mayflower story has become one of America's foundational myths, a tale of religious freedom, democratic beginnings, and friendly cooperation with indigenous neighbors. For centuries, this version has been retold in school plays, national holidays, and presidential speeches. Pilgrims with buckled hats, Squanto, the translator, turkey and prayer beneath the falling leaves of New England. And yet, virtually none of this happened the way we imagine. The true story of 1620 is far more complex and far more human. It is a tale not just of piety and survival, but of political division, desperation, theft, and uneasy alliances. It is the story of ordinary people caught in extraordinary circumstances, shaped by fear, hunger, ambition, and chance. And it begins not with a feast, but with a crisis. The idea of the Mayflower as a sacred beginning didn't emerge in 1620. It didn't even emerge in the 1600s. The first national references to the Pilgrims didn't appear until the 1800s, more than 2 centuries after the voyage. The word itself wasn't commonly used for the Mayflower passengers until long after most of them were dead. In 1863, during the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln proclaimed Thanksgiving a national holiday. In doing so, he borrowed fragments from a regional New England tradition and gave it national weight. This was no accident. A fractured nation needed origin stories in a time of bloody division. The tale of pilgrims and natives sharing a meal provided a comforting image of unity. Writers, ministers, and politicians seized on the moment. In the years that followed, textbooks, paintings, and speeches elevated the Mayflower passengers from settlers to saints. The Mayflower Compact was hailed as the first democratic constitution. The feast became an emblem of gratitude. The struggles were softened, the violence buried. What emerged was not just a myth, it was a usable past. A founding story that made Americans feel righteous, chosen, and benevolent. But this version left out more than it included. The actual Mayflower passengers were not monolithic. About 40 of the 102 people aboard were English separatists, Protestants who had fled to the Dutch Republic seeking religious freedom. But the rest? Farmers, tradespeople, indentured servants, and hired hands. Some were investors, hoping for land and profit. Others were escaping debt or seeking adventure. These were not saints, they were survivors. They argued. They got sick. Some died before even reaching land. They also stole from indigenous graves and food stores, shot at strangers, and split bitterly over how they should govern themselves. Their voyage was not marked by divine clarity, but by legal confusion and near mutiny. And yet, by the 19th century, these same people had been transformed into sacred founders. Why? Because they offered something American society craved, the idea of moral beginnings. While the South told its own origin story through Jamestown, a colony founded in 1607 by gentlemen and fortune seekers, later stained by slavery and class warfare. New England needed a counter-narrative. The Mayflower provided one. It was Northern, Protestant, family-oriented, and rooted in struggle rather than greed. In the competition for America's soul, Plymouth beat Jamestown, not in fact, but in memory. But in lifting the Mayflower passengers into sainthood, something else was lost, namely, everyone who didn't fit the narrative. The Wampanoag, whose lands were decimated by European disease before the Pilgrims ever arrived, became supporting characters in their own homeland. Squanto, real name Tisquantum, was reduced to a noble helper, stripped of his trauma as a former captive and his political shrewdness. The women aboard the Mayflower, many of whom died in the first winter, were nearly erased. Their names rarely appear in early accounts. Their suffering, labor, and resilience didn't make it into the textbooks. Even among the English, class lines vanished in the myth. Servants and indentured men who signed the Mayflower Compact were recast as equals in a harmonious republic. In reality, they remained bound by hierarchy, labor contracts, and unequal access to power. The Mayflower Compact itself was later interpreted as a proto-constitution, an early example of American democracy. But the truth is far less romantic. It was a hasty, improvised agreement to prevent rebellion when the settlers realized they had landed far outside the bounds of their legal charter. It was a pact born of chaos, not idealism. Historical myths don't last because they're true. They last because they're helpful. In the late 1800s, as waves of Catholic and Jewish immigrants arrived in American cities, Protestant elites used the Pilgrim myth to assert a native moral identity. The Mayflower became a symbol of what real Americans looked like: white, English, Protestant, and agrarian. The Thanksgiving story smoothed over colonial violence and suggested that cooperation, not conquest, defined America's origin. Even today, the story lingers. Politicians evoke the Mayflower to celebrate American exceptionalism. Children dress in pilgrim hats and paper feathers. Few are told about the stolen food, the grave robbing, the mass deaths, or the fractured motives of those on board. But understanding what really happened in 1620 doesn't make the story less inspiring. It makes it more human. It shows us how people, messy, scared, hopeful people, built something amid chaos. It reminds us that democracy, however fragile, is often born in desperation. And it forces us to reckon with the costs of survival. Who pays, who benefits, and who gets remembered. This documentary is not about tearing down the past. It's about uncovering it. In the chapters to come, we will follow the Mayflower passengers across the Atlantic, through storms, disease, political breakdown, and the bleak shore of Cape Cod. We'll walk with them through the freezing winter, the fragile diplomacy with indigenous nations, and the uneasy birth of a colony. We'll examine the true motives of the leaders, the legal gray zones they navigated, and the compromises they made, not for glory, but to avoid collapse. And we will listen to the voices so often ignored, the native peoples watching from the tree line, the women laboring in silence, the children who buried their parents. Because the real story of 1620 isn't about a perfect beginning. It's about a flawed one, and that makes it far more powerful. Before the Mayflower ever touched the sea, its story began in fire: religious fire, political fire, the fire of rebellion and suppression. To understand why a group of Englishmen and women risked everything to cross a deadly ocean, we must first return to a kingdom boiling with tension: England in the early 1600s. The official narrative says the Pilgrims sought religious freedom. That's partly true. But freedom in that era was inseparable from power. And what they truly sought wasn't just to worship, it was to build a new world in their image. In 1603, James VI of Scotland inherited the English throne, becoming King James I. His rise brought hope to many, but for the growing number of radical Protestants known as Puritans, it quickly turned to dread. The Church of England, Anglican in name, Catholic in flavor, was the only legal church. Its rituals still resembled Rome: ornate garments, kneeling at altars, hierarchical bishops. To Puritans, these were not just corruptions, they were blasphemy. They demanded a simpler, purer worship, closer to what they believed Scripture commanded. But within this radical reform movement, another faction emerged, more dangerous in the eyes of the crown. These were the separatists. Where Puritans hoped to cleanse the existing church from within, separatists gave up entirely. They wanted nothing to do with state-controlled religion. They met in secret, held illegal services, baptized outside official channels, and refused to bow to bishops. This wasn't just heresy, it was treason. In England, church and state were one. To defy the church was to challenge the king. And under James I, the state struck back. Dissenters were fined, imprisoned, harassed, or worse. Surveillance increased. Informants were everywhere. A whispered psalm in the wrong home could lead to arrest. For the separatists, the pressure became unbearable. Around 1607, a group of separatists in the village of Scrooby, Nottinghamshire, decided to flee England entirely. Their destination, the Dutch Republic, one of the few places in Europe where religious tolerance, at least in practice, was a way of life. But even leaving England was illegal. Unauthorized emigration was considered desertion. The Crown feared not only the loss of laborers, but also the spread of radical ideas abroad. The separatists' first attempts to flee failed. They were betrayed, captured, and imprisoned. But eventually, in small groups, they escaped to Holland. By 1609, many had settled in the city of Leiden. There, under the leadership of Pastor John Robinson, the community began to rebuild. They worked humble jobs, textile work, carpentry, brewing, and worshipped freely. But life in Leiden was not easy. The English were poor, often discriminated against, and lived complex lives in a foreign tongue. Worse, the children of these English exiles were beginning to adopt Dutch culture, Dutch clothes, Dutch language, Dutch habits. For parents like William Bradford, this was a creeping loss of identity. A new fear emerged, not just of persecution, but of assimilation. They had escaped religious tyranny, but in doing so, they were losing something else, their Englishness. In 1617, after nearly a decade in exile, the Leiden separatists began discussing a radical idea. Not to return to England, but to build a new society across the sea. A place untouched by kings and bishops. A place where they could worship, govern, and raise their children as they saw fit. But vision alone wouldn't carry them across the Atlantic. They needed money, ships, supplies, and a legal right to settle. Here's where the story takes a more surprising turn. To fund their voyage, the separatists partnered with a group of London businessmen known as the Merchant Adventurers. These were investors, not idealists. Their interest wasn't in theology, it was in profit. Colonies meant trade, land, and potential returns. In return for financing the voyage, the adventurers demanded that the new colony operate under their commercial charter and that profits would be shared. The deal was uneasy. It tied religious separatists to capitalist backers. But the Leiden congregation agreed. And to bolster the colony's strength, the adventurers insisted that additional, non-separatist settlers be included on the voyage. Men with practical skills, women to grow the population, and laborers to do the hard work. The seeds of division were planted before the Mayflower ever sailed. It's easy to see these exiles as humble believers seeking peace, and many were. But the leaders among them were also politically astute. They didn't just want to survive in the New World, they wanted to govern it. The separatists had been shut out of power in England. In the New World, they could craft a society on their own terms. Their experience in Leiden taught them that without unity, foreign lands would swallow them. They envisioned tight community control, religious conformity, and self-rule. This wasn't a democracy in the modern sense. It was a theocratic ideal, a society where church and daily life were one, and dissent was unwelcome. In later years, this vision would create deep fractures, both with outsiders and among themselves. But in 1620, as the planning took shape, the dream was clear: to become the architects of a new Jerusalem in the wilderness. Originally, the settlers aimed to establish themselves in the northern part of the Virginia colony, then a vast and vaguely defined territory. Their planned destination lay near the mouth of the Hudson River, modern-day New York. This region was far enough from the existing Jamestown settlement to offer freedom, but still within the bounds of English control. To legitimize the plan, they secured a land patent from the Virginia Company. But crucially, that patent assumed they would land where they were told. They would not. Storms, poor navigation, and perhaps fate itself would throw them hundreds of miles off course. But even before they sailed, a storm of another kind was gathering between those who believed they were on a religious mission and those simply seeking land and opportunity. In the final months before departure, preparations moved quickly. Ships were purchased. First the Speedwell, which proved unseaworthy, and finally, the now famous Mayflower. The passenger list swelled to include not just the Leiden exiles, but Englishmen recruited by the merchant adventurers, craftsmen, hired hands, and families seeking a better life. Some were sympathetic to the separatist cause. Others were indifferent, or even hostile. By the time the Mayflower left England in September 1620, it carried a fragile coalition: religious exiles, secular settlers, laborers, servants, children, and ambitious men. They were united by little more than hope and necessity. The voyage ahead would test that unity to its limits. As the ship creaked into the Atlantic swell, every passenger carried a different vision of what lay ahead. For some, it was Eden. For others, a last-ditch escape from poverty or jail. For most, it was unknown. What bound them together, barely, was a shared sense that England no longer held a place for them. Whether cast out by bishops, crushed by debt, or simply hungry for land, they had chosen risk over stagnation. But that choice came with a cost. Storms awaited. Hunger awaited. Death awaited. And when the Mayflower failed to reach its destination, when legal authority vanished with the shoreline, and when chaos began to crack the hull of their unity, they would be forced to answer a question that haunts all who seek freedom. What binds us when the laws of the old world no longer apply? That question would give birth to the Mayflower Compact. But first, they had to survive the sea. They are remembered as the Pilgrims, a single, solemn group of devout men and women in black garments, bound together by faith, sailing westward for freedom. But the truth is far less tidy. The people who boarded the Mayflower in 1620 were anything but united. They were not all pious, not all English, and certainly not all pilgrims. Of the 102 passengers who stepped onto the creaking decks of the Mayflower, fewer than half were members of the separatist congregation from Leiden. These were the religious dissenters who had fled England, then Holland, and were now determined to build a godly community in the New World. But surrounding them were strangers, men and women recruited by the merchant adventurers to balance the passenger list and make the voyage financially viable. Some were skilled craftsmen, a cooper to build barrels, a blacksmith, a carpenter. Others were laborers, indentured servants, and orphans taken in for the journey. Ambitious opportunists were hoping for land or gold, widows with no better prospects, and even hired hands with no absolute loyalty to the separatists at all. There were young children, barely old enough to understand what was happening, and elderly passengers who would never see the shore again. The oldest was 64, the youngest, a baby born en route. Among them was Miles Standish, a professional soldier, not a member of the Leiden congregation, but hired for protection. There was John Alden, a cooper who joined the voyage in Southampton. And there were indentured boys like John Billington, whose family would later cause more than one scandal in the new colony. Even the ship's crew, rough and seasoned, added their own volatile energy to the mix. They didn't come for freedom or God. They came for pay. Below deck, the living conditions erased whatever social distinctions existed on paper. Crammed into a space no larger than a modern-day three-bedroom apartment, families and strangers slept side by side. The air was thick with sweat, waste, and fear. Rats scurried in the shadows. Seasickness was constant. Tempers flared. The division between saints and strangers, as the separatists and others called each other, deepened with each passing wave. But the distinctions weren't just religious. They were economic, legal, and personal. Some passengers held legal authority through contracts or land claims. Others were mere dependents, without rights or voice. Women, as in all parts of early modern Europe, had little say in the voyage at all. Most were there because their husbands or fathers made the decision. Many were pregnant or nursing. Their quiet suffering filled the hold like a ghost no one could name. As the journey dragged on, rumors of mutiny stirred among the strangers. Why, they asked, should they obey the religious laws of people they never agreed to follow, especially when they realized the ship was not heading where it was supposed to? The original destination was near the Hudson River, within the chartered territory of the Virginia Company. But storms and miscalculation pushed the Mayflower far off course toward the unfamiliar, uncolonized edge of New England. They were landing outside legal bounds. For some, this was an opportunity. If no charter applied, who had the right to rule? Why submit to orders from separatist leaders like William Bradford or William Brewster? For the religious core, it was a threat to the entire project. Without cohesion, without structure, the fragile dream of a godly community would shatter before it even began. The Mayflower Compact would be born from this crisis, not as a bold declaration of democracy, but as a desperate patch to hold a divided group together. But before the pen touched parchment, the divisions among the passengers were already dangerous. And yet, despite all this, the passengers shared one thing: a willingness to risk everything. Whether for faith, for fortune, or for a future outside the bounds of English life, they had gambled on the Atlantic. Some would die for it. Others would kill. Many would be forgotten. But for a few short weeks, in that dark and stinking hull, they were bound together by nothing more than the sea. This is who really boarded the Mayflower. Not just pilgrims, but people. Flawed, frightened, desperate, and driven. Their reasons were different. Their visions conflicted. But together, they would become the reluctant founders of a colony that was never meant to exist, in a land they did not understand, governed by a document written in panic. History has flattened them into myth. But if we listen carefully, the human noise of that ship still echoes across the centuries, full of tension, hunger, mistrust, and fragile hope. The Mayflower slipped away from the English coast on a gray September day in 1620. There were no crowds waving farewell, no cheers or ceremony, just the clatter of ropes, the creak of timber, and the solemn faces of 102 passengers preparing to vanish into the Atlantic. They did not know it yet, but ahead of them lay 66 days of torment, disease, terror, and death. The ship itself was no vessel of hope. The Mayflower was a worn-out merchant ship, never intended for transatlantic migration. It had spent its life hauling wine and cargo along the European coast. Now, hastily converted into a people carrier, it strained under the weight of too many bodies and too little space. Below deck, where the passengers lived, the ceiling was scarcely 5 feet high. Light and air barely reached the hold. The stench of unwashed skin, vomit, excrement, and stagnant seawater clung to everything. The sick were trapped in darkness. The healthy would not remain so for long. Storms battered them early. Autumn winds off the North Atlantic came fast and violently. The ship pitched at impossible angles, sending passengers and supplies crashing into one another. One fierce storm cracked a central beam. For a time, it seemed the ship might break apart. The crew debated turning back, but one of the passengers, a clever man with a metal screw device, likely a printing press jack, managed to brace the beam. The voyage continued, but faith in the ship's integrity never fully returned. The days blurred together in a purgatory of sickness and fear. There was no fresh food, No privacy, no space. Salted meat, hard biscuits, and dried peas made up most meals. The water spoiled quickly. Rats chewed at the cargo. Lice burrowed into clothes and hair. With every crashing wave, passengers prayed not to be flung overboard or smashed against the hull. Children cried constantly. Mothers wept quietly. At least 2 pregnant women endured the rolling misery of labor in the hold. One, Elizabeth Hopkins, gave birth to a son, Oceanus, during the crossing. Another, Susanna White, would give birth shortly after landfall. But joy was fleeting. Cold crept into bones. Coughs deepened. Diarrhea spread. The ship became a floating plague house. Death came quietly at first. A young servant named William Button died before they even reached the open sea. Others followed, often buried hastily at night to avoid terrifying the remaining passengers. Bodies were sewn into blankets and slid overboard in the dark. Prayers were whispered, if spoken at all. The Atlantic swallowed the dead without ceremony. There were arguments. Separatists and strangers clashed over sleeping space, food rations, and perceived slights. The smell of rot and illness heightened every irritation. The crew, seasoned and skeptical of their pious passengers, grew contemptuous. One sailor constantly mocked the sick, saying he hoped to throw them overboard. Weeks later, he was among the first to die. Worse than the disease was the uncertainty. No one knew exactly where they were. Navigation was crude. Storms often drove them off course. They had hoped for a 4 to 5 week voyage. By week 8, panic had begun to set in. Some passengers feared they'd never see land again. Others feared mutiny. They kept calendars by marking the ship's timbers. They sang psalms to break the silence. They tried, when they could, to hold worship. But even the most faithful found their resolve weakening. William Bradford would later write that many gave up hope entirely. Only the presence of their children and the pressure of the group kept them from despair. On calm days, passengers were allowed above deck in small groups. For a few moments, they could breathe fresh air and see the open sea. But it was no comfort. The vastness of the ocean reminded them how truly alone they were. Sharks sometimes followed the ship, drawn by waste or rumor of the dead. Even the sky seemed hostile. Clouds hung low, winds howled through the rigging, and when rain came, it was cold and endless. And then, in late November, after more than 2 months adrift, the lookout cried land. It was not the place they had planned, not the fertile shores near the Hudson River, where their patent from the Virginia Company permitted them to settle. Instead, they had landed far to the north, on the jagged, windswept edges of Cape Cod. It was unfamiliar, unclaimed, and unforgiving. For a moment, there was joy, but it did not last. Without legal authority in this territory, the group faced a new crisis. The strangers among them, those outside the religious congregation, argued they were under no one's rule. If they were not in Virginia, then no English law applied. Why submit to any leader at all? The ship was still at sea, anchored in a cold bay, but already their fragile unity was breaking apart. The discussions became heated. Some threatened to go their own way. Others demanded action. It was clear, unless something changed, this group would collapse into chaos the moment they set foot ashore. And so, still aboard the Mayflower, rocking in the frigid Atlantic swell, a document was drafted, not in glory, but in fear. A short agreement signed by 41 adult men to form a civil body politic. It would come to be known as the Mayflower Compact. It bound them to act by common consent, to make and obey laws for the good of the colony. It was not a constitution, it was a truce. The compact kept them from splitting apart. But it could not erase the trauma of the voyage. They were still weak, still sick, and still terrified. The land ahead was wooded, cold, and unknown. Winter was already beginning. Food was scarce. The native inhabitants, still unseen, could appear at any time. And behind them, there was no going back. Of the 102 passengers who boarded the Mayflower, nearly half would not survive the first winter on land. But that suffering began here, on the sea. 66 days of violent motion, unbearable filth, and gnawing doubt. The voyage was not a sacred pilgrimage. It was a brutal test of endurance. Yet somehow, they endured. History would remember them as calm, orderly, united in purpose. But the truth remains etched into the wood and wind of that ship. They were scared, splintered, and exhausted. What bound them was not destiny, but desperation. What carried them was not faith alone, but the simple, stubborn refusal to die. The Mayflower, that battered merchant ship, had become something else entirely, a crucible. The people who stepped ashore in the New World were not the same as those who left England. They had already been reshaped by salt, by loss, by the groaning hull beneath their feet. And the world they were about to enter would ask even more of them. The Mayflower rocked gently in the cold waters off Cape Cod as a pale morning broke over the horizon. Land. After 66 days of chaos and rot, it should have been a moment of triumph. But the shoreline they faced was no promised land. It was the wrong land entirely. They had aimed for the mouth of the Hudson River, a region claimed by the Virginia Company, where their charter would have granted them the right to settle and govern. But storms, navigational errors, or perhaps a deliberate decision by the ship's captain had forced them hundreds of miles north. Now they were staring at a barren coastline they had never planned to see, much less inhabit. They had no patent for this place, no legal authority, no permission. Nothing in writing bound them to any law or protection. For the men and women aboard, it was as if they had landed outside of the English world entirely. A blank map, a dangerous freedom. Tensions, already stretched thin during the voyage, began to snap. Some of the strangers, those not part of the religious congregation, argued openly that they owed no loyalty to anyone. Without the structure of English governance, each man could do as he pleased. Why should they follow the will of religious exiles? Why obey anyone at all? Mutiny, long whispered below deck, now loomed like a storm of its own. With no common law and no central leadership, the colony could fracture before it even began. It was in this moment of panic that the passengers did something extraordinary. Not because they were inspired, but because they were desperate. They drafted a brief, plain document that would hold them together. Not a constitution, not a utopian plan, just a compact. An agreement to create a body politic, to make decisions collectively, and to obey the rules they themselves would choose. Authority in this remote and lawless place would rest not in a king, but in their shared consent. 41 adult men signed it. Merchants, farmers, artisans, separatists, and servants, names that would echo through history. William Bradford, William Brewster, John Carver, Edward Winslow. Even Miles Standish, the hired military officer, signed on. Some did so reluctantly. Others understood they had little choice. Survival depended on unity. The Mayflower Compact, as it came to be known, was not a revolution. It did not guarantee freedom or equality. Women had no voice in it. Servants still obeyed masters. But it marked something subtle and powerful, a shift in the source of authority. For the first time in the English colonial world, governance would not be handed down by a distant monarch. It would be negotiated on the edge of the world, among men forced to depend on one another. And still, they had not set foot on land. The first attempts to go ashore were cautious. In mid-November, a small group launched from the ship in a creaking shallop, barely seaworthy after long storage. The explorers landed near what is now Provincetown Harbor. Cold winds sliced through their clothing. Snow dusted the dunes. The forests pressed in around them, dark and silent. But the land was not empty. Almost immediately, they found evidence of indigenous presence, footprints in the soil, buried corn, graves. They stole the corn, desperate for food. They opened the graves, driven by curiosity and a belief that these were heathen burials. They took tools and artifacts, noting them in journals as strange but applicable. Some offered prayers, others simply looted. To them, this was survival. But for the people who lived there, the Nauset and Wampanoag, these were acts of desecration. Still, no one was seen. The native inhabitants had vanished from sight, but not from the woods. Watching from behind trees and ridgelines, they tracked the newcomers. These were not the first Europeans to arrive here. Decades of slavers and fishermen had already brought disease and violence to the coast. Entire villages had been wiped out in previous years by what the English called plague, but it was likely a combination of smallpox and other foreign illnesses. The land looked empty to the colonists. To the survivors, it was a graveyard. The scouting party returned to the Mayflower shaken. They knew now they were being watched. The forest was alive with eyes, but still, they had no suitable place to build. The shorelines were sandy and exposed. Fresh water was scarce. Days passed. They tried again. Another expedition, deeper inland, farther south. On December 8th, a larger group set off across Cape Cod Bay. The cold was brutal. Ice coated their clothing. Some men collapsed with cramps and exhaustion. But on December 11th, they landed at a site with better promise. Cleared fields, a stream of clean water, and an elevated hill for defense. The English would call it Plymouth. The fields had once belonged to a Wampanoag village called Patuxet, which had been wiped out by disease several years earlier. The land, seemingly open, had in fact been the heart of a thriving community. Now, the dead left no one to resist. On December 16th, the Mayflower anchored in Plymouth Harbor. The passengers were prepared to disembark. There was no ceremony, no triumphant landing, just the slow, painful offloading of supplies and people, weakened by weeks of illness and cold. Snow fell steadily. Winter was already deep. There were no houses, no food stores, no shelter. The trees were thick, the air bit like knives, and as they began to build, they began to die. The panic that had gripped them on arrival now gave way to something worse: silence. One by one, passengers fell sick. Pneumonia, dysentery, tuberculosis, exposure. The same diseases that had followed them across the Atlantic now devoured them on land. Within weeks, entire families were gone. Children lost both parents. Neighbors buried mothers. Graves were dug in frozen ground, covered quickly to hide the actual toll from native eyes. The settlers feared attack. The irony was brutal. They feared the very people whose corn they had eaten, whose graves they had robbed, and whose land they now occupied. By the end of that first winter, nearly half the Mayflower passengers were dead. But even as death swept through the settlement, something strange was happening. The alliance they feared, between the strangers and the separatists, had held. The Mayflower Compact, hastily written in desperation, had not broken. They buried their dead together. They guarded the unfinished settlement together. They prayed, argued, hunted, and built together. The colony that rose in those months was not the one they planned. It was smaller, weaker, traumatized, but it was still alive. And in the spring, when a tall Wampanoag man named Samoset walked into their settlement and greeted them in broken English, the story of Plymouth would change again, shaped not just by Europeans, but by the people who had been watching since the beginning. For now, though, in those first weeks on Cape Cod, the Pilgrims were not founders. They were survivors. And the land beneath their feet, stained with old blood and fresh graves, offered no certainty, only the question that had haunted them since the Mayflower first veered off course. What happens when everything you planned disappears and you're left with only each other? The cold Atlantic pressed in from all sides as the Mayflower creaked at anchor off Cape Cod. Salted wind tore across the deck, but it was not the storm that terrified the passengers. It was the silence between them. For weeks, tensions had simmered. Whispers of mutiny, open defiance, grumblings from those who had not signed up for a religious colony, but for land, wealth, or escape. Now that they had landed far from their intended destination, the deal had, in their minds, collapsed. They were outside the boundaries of English law. And in the vacuum, chaos loomed. What bound them? Who commanded whom? Some argued they were free from any obligation. If there was no charter in New England, then there was no rule. They could leave, strike out on their own, start their own groups. In a place with no king, no company oversight, no legal structure, what was to stop them? The separatist leaders knew what was at stake. This wasn't just a disagreement. It was the unraveling of the colony before it had even begun. Winter had already arrived. Food was short. The land was unknown. Hostile divisions now posed as significant a threat as the sea ever had. William Bradford, William Brewster, and John Carver. These were not just men of faith. They were men of strategy. They understood that without unity, none of them would survive. But they also knew that demanding obedience on religious grounds wouldn't work. The strangers, the non-separatist passengers, owed them nothing. They had come for their own reasons. And now they had no legal reason to stay. And so they reached for something radical. Not a command, an agreement. It was John Carver who likely took the lead. A lay elder in the separatist congregation and the colony's first elected governor, he proposed that all adult males, regardless of religion, rank, or class, sign a common pact, a voluntary social contract, one that would create a civil body politic, bound by laws made collectively for the survival of the whole. The idea was simple, but in the context of the 17th century monarchy, it was revolutionary. They did not speak of democracy, nor of liberty as we understand it. This was not a blueprint for a republic. It was a moment of crisis management, a truce crafted in the eye of fear. But what it represented was astonishing. The idea that government could emerge not from a throne or a bishop's pulpit, but from mutual consent. The language was plain, even humble. We whose names are underwritten do by these presents solemnly and mutually in the presence of God and one another, covenant and combine ourselves into a civil body politic, to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws for the general good of the colony. 41 men signed it, separatists, strangers, gentlemen, tradesmen, laborers. Some could barely write. Others flourished their names with pride. Those who refused or hesitated were quickly persuaded. There was no alternative. No signing, no protection, no survival. Women did not sign, nor did children, nor the indentured servants. The compact, like all early colonial agreements, was limited in scope. It was made by men who believed themselves to be the natural holders of power. But even within those limits, it marked a quiet revolution. This was government by necessity. And in many ways, that made it more powerful. It was not drawn from theory or abstract philosophy. It was hammered out by people who had suffered together, buried their dead together, and now faced an alien winter with no guarantee of food or shelter. The compact was not noble. It was raw, and that gave it strength. The Mayflower Compact did not lay out policies or systems. It did not create branches of government or list rights. But it did establish one thing with absolute clarity: that this group of settlers would submit to laws they created together. This was not English law. This was not church doctrine. This was governance forged at the edge of empire, in the absence of empire. A temporary pact, yes, but one that echoed with ideas that would reverberate far beyond Plymouth. In later generations, Americans would point back to it as the seed of democracy, a forerunner to the Constitution, the beginning of the American idea. But for the men signing it on that cold morning in 1620, there were no grand visions, only cold, hunger, and fear of collapse. The compact was read aloud aboard the ship. No witnesses but themselves. No approval from London. No seal of any company. Yet it held. The moment it was signed, the conflict shifted. There would be no mutiny, at least not yet. Disputes would be settled by the council. A governor would be elected. All men who signed would agree to obey the laws passed by the group, so long as they remained within the bounds of the agreement. In a world ruled by kings and ordained by churches, this was quietly astonishing. A government formed without permission. The first election was held immediately. John Carver was chosen as governor. It was symbolic. Carver had helped organize the voyage, handled negotiations, and served as a stabilizing voice. But it was also practical. He was respected by both factions. His leadership would help soothe the edges of dissent. Carver governed only briefly. He died within months of landfall. But the precedent was set. The colony would elect its leaders, not inherit them. The compact was never meant to last forever. As the colony grew, new laws and institutions would take shape. Later charters would replace it. But its legacy persisted, less in its content than in its creation. It represented the first time that settlers in the New World deliberately created a form of self-government not imposed from above. It drew from the separatists' experience of congregational decision-making in Leiden. It reflected the English habit of town councils and mutual oaths. But more than anything, it was born of necessity. And necessity, in the vacuum of law, is where radical ideas are often born. They had left England fearing tyranny. They had crossed the Atlantic, fearing death. And now they face the wilderness not as servants of a monarch, but as members of a fragile, self-made polity. The Mayflower Compact didn't guarantee success. It didn't save them from the starvation and disease that would soon follow. But it gave them something critical: order, a frame, however thin, to hang survival upon. In the end, what mattered was not the words they wrote, but the choice they made, to bind themselves to one another, rather than break apart. That choice would define not just Plymouth, but the future of the American experiment. The forest was still. Snow clung to the edges of the trees. The men from the Mayflower moved slowly, muskets in hand, eyes darting between shadows. Every step they took was a trespass. Every breath is a gamble. They had landed in a land they did not understand, and though they had seen no people, they knew they were not alone. The first contact between the Pilgrims and the indigenous peoples of the region did not begin with words. It started with footprints. Narrow, straight, deliberate, tracking parties through the woods. Then came signs of habitation: bark-covered shelters, broken tools, corn storage pits, some abandoned, others not. Then came the graveyards, rows of mounded earth marked with stones or shells. The English, desperate and emboldened by righteousness, dug them up. They had come in search of food, but what they took was far more than sustenance. They brought baskets of maize, buried for the winter by the Nauset and Wampanoag. They took cooking vessels, tools, and even burial ornaments. To the colonists, this was God's providence. To the native people, it was desecration. No retaliation came at first, only silence. But it was not peace. The local nations had already suffered an unimaginable catastrophe. Between 1616 and 1619, European diseases swept through these coastal villages, killing up to 90% of some populations. Entire communities vanished. Patuxet, the town that once stood where Plymouth would rise, lay empty, its survivors dead or scattered. The English believed they had been led to a prepared land. In truth, they had stumbled into a ghost world left behind by epidemic and mourning. But not everyone was gone. From the tree line, the survivors watched. They observed the settlers' movements, numbers, tools, and weapons. They studied their habits, their campfires, their waste. They listened to their arguments. They began to learn their weaknesses. The English, for all their armor and muskets, were starving, disoriented, and sick. This was not an invasion force. It was a broken flock. The Wampanoag Confederacy, led by Massasoit, was already weighing options. The arrival of these strange people, with their steel and disease, could tip the balance of power in the region. The neighboring Narragansett had grown stronger. The Wampanoag were still reeling from losses. The English were feared, but also seen as potential leverage. Still, contact was dangerous, and every move had to be calculated. Meanwhile, the settlers began to realize they were being watched. In early December, as they searched for a permanent site, a group of armed men marched inland, following trails that led past abandoned settlements. One night, as they slept near a creek, they were attacked, not by a war party, but by a small group of warriors testing their resolve. It was quick. Arrows hissed from the trees. The English scrambled for muskets, firing wildly into the darkness. No one on either side was killed. But the message was clear: you are not invisible, and you are not welcome. The settlers called it the first encounter, but it was not a meeting. It was a warning. They returned to the Mayflower shaken. The forest had become a battlefield in waiting. Every tree might hide an enemy. They posted guards. They built a palisade. They buried their dead at night so as not to reveal their losses. They kept muskets loaded. And yet, they still had no idea who they were dealing with. The native nations of the region, the Wampanoag, Nauset, Narragansett, Massachusetts, and others, had complex political structures, alliances, and rivalries. Some had been trading with Europeans for years. Others had been enslaved and taken to Europe. They were not primitive tribes in chaos. They were calculating survivors navigating the aftermath of a catastrophe. The English knew none of this. To them, all were savages, faceless, voiceless, unpredictable. They often spoke of divine guidance, but inwardly they were terrified. Then, in March, something strange happened. A tall man entered the Plymouth settlement, walking boldly into the center of town. He was alone, unarmed, and smiling. He raised his hand and said in halting but clear English, "Welcome." His name was Samoset. He was an Abenaki from what is now Maine, visiting the Wampanoag, and he had picked up some English from fishermen along the coast. The settlers stared in disbelief. After months of silence, surveillance, and fear, a native man had walked straight into their midst and spoken their language. Samoset did not stay long. But he returned days later with another man, a figure who would become central to the colony's survival. Tisquantum. The English called him Squanto. His story was unlike any other. Born in Patuxet, he had been kidnapped by an English explorer, sold into slavery in Spain, escaped to England, and eventually returned to his homeland, only to find it wiped out by disease. He was a man between worlds, fluent in English, familiar with European ways, but still a Wampanoag by heritage and allegiance. Through Squanto, communication began. Messages were sent to Massasoit. Meetings were proposed. The settlers, unsure but desperate, agreed. A treaty would be negotiated. But that was still ahead. For now, what mattered was this. The silence had broken. The people in the trees had names. They had languages. They had reasons. And they were not afraid to make themselves known. The settlers had survived first contact not through strength, but through mercy. And even then, it was clear that mercy had limits. He stepped into the clearing with quiet authority. Tall, composed, face painted in traditional red ochre, he was flanked by warriors, armed, silent, alert. This was not a welcoming party. This was a calculated arrival. His name was Ausamaquin, though the English would call him Massasoit. He was the sachem, the paramount leader of the Wampanoag Confederacy. And he had not come to Plymouth as a friend. He had come as a strategist. It was March of 1621. The snow was thawing. The English, now calling their settlement Plymouth, were still reeling from winter. Nearly half of their original number had died: men, women, children. The survivors were weak, many sick, most terrified. They had food for only a few weeks. Their houses were unfinished. They lacked tools, knowledge of the land, and the means to plant or hunt effectively. And now, a delegation of native leaders stood before them, watching, assessing. Massasoit had every reason to drive them out, or to let them die. These were not his people. These were intruders. They had robbed his kin's graves, stolen corn, and taken land abandoned only because European disease had ravaged the coast. They were settlers of a foreign empire, one that, in time, might flood the region with more ships, more steel, more death. And yet, he had not come to make war. To understand why, one must understand what Massasoit saw. A decade earlier, his people had numbered in the tens of thousands. Dozens of villages lined the coast. The Wampanoag controlled fertile land and had a long-standing influence in the region. Then came the plagues, carried not by armies, but by fishermen, traders, and explorers. The sicknesses struck with biblical force. Villages like Patuxet were annihilated. Entire families vanished in days. The Wampanoag were shattered, but not all their neighbors were. To the west, the Narragansett tribe had emerged from the epidemic stronger and more intact. Their warriors were numerous, their ambitions rising. Massasoit's position was growing fragile. His people, once dominant, now watched their influence slip. He needed allies, not just for trade, but for survival. The English were dangerous, but they were also desperate. They had muskets, tools, and ships. They could not be conquered easily, but they could be made useful. So when Samoset and Tisquantum returned to Plymouth to open dialogue, it was not a spontaneous gesture of peace. It was political reconnaissance. Massasoit had sent them to evaluate. Could these strangers be trusted? Were they too weak to matter, or just weak enough to need him? The answer was yes. They needed him, more than they could admit. The meeting took place under heavy watch. On one side, Massasoit and his warriors. On the other hand, Governor John Carver, William Bradford, and Miles Standish, surrounded by men clutching loaded muskets. They met in an open field between the woods and the sea. Gifts were exchanged: knives, beads, and tobacco. They sat. They spoke through Squanto, whose command of English made him indispensable. Then came the treaty. It was a simple agreement, written quickly, forged in necessity. Each side promised not to harm the other. If one were attacked, the other would aid in defense. Neither would steal from the other. Disputes would be settled through proper channels. In truth, it was more of a truce than an alliance. There was no promise of friendship, only coexistence. Still, it was a turning point. For the English, the treaty offered something priceless: time. They could now begin planting, fishing, building, without fear of imminent attack. For Massasoit, it provided a buffer against the Narragansett. The English might be few in number, but their weapons were formidable, and their presence destabilizing. Better to have them as uneasy neighbors than as unpredictable enemies, or worse, pawns of his rivals. But the treaty also locked both sides into a fragile dependency. Massasoit allowed Squanto to remain with the colonists, not as a gesture of goodwill, but to serve as his eyes and ears. Squanto had his own motives. Having lost his entire village, he now carved out a role as mediator, translator, and political actor. He taught the settlers how to plant corn using fish as fertilizer, how to find eels in the mud, and how to interpret signs in the forest. Without him, the colony might not have lasted another season. But even Squanto's loyalty was a shifting thing. Over time, he began manipulating both sides, elevating his own status by exaggerating threats, forging alliances, and undermining rivals. He became both a savior and a schemer, walking a tightrope between cultural worlds. For now, though, the English were grateful. Crops began to grow. Trade resumed. The woods grew less threatening. They even began to repair their defenses, not in haste, but in planning. The alliance held. But beneath the surface, everyone was watching. Everyone remembered what had been taken, and everyone understood that peace, once broken, could never be made again. In the spring, Governor Carver died suddenly. The leadership passed to William Bradford, a younger, steadier, and more politically cautious man. Under him, the colony took on a more rigid structure. The compact remained in force. Decisions were made collectively. Relations with the Wampanoag remained formally peaceful. But even Bradford knew how tenuous it all was. One spark could undo everything. One raid, one theft, one misunderstanding. And so the alliance became not a friendship, but a balance of power, fragile and full of consequence. Years later, when war did come, it would be devastating. Native alliances would fracture. The children of these first leaders would turn on one another. Towns would burn. Treaties would be dust. But in 1621, for one season, the balance held. Massasoit returned to his people. The English returned to their crops. And in that brief window, between the starving time and the coming fire, a settlement and a confederacy stood side by side, not in harmony, but in strategic silence. It was not trust. It was not peace. It was something older, colder, and more real. It was politics. The harvest was in. Not abundant, but enough. Enough to hold off hunger. Enough to face the coming winter without the certainty of death. After a year of shipwrecked expectations, improvised alliances, and bitter cold, the settlers at Plymouth were alive. That alone felt like a miracle. It was November 1621. For the first time since stepping onto the shores of the New World, The English could breathe without dread. Crops had grown: corn, squash, beans. Thanks mainly to Wampanoag instruction, the fishing had improved. There were now sturdier houses, a fort, a palisade, and there were fewer mouths to feed. Half of the original passengers had died. It was not a celebration of abundance. It was a moment of reprieve, a pause in the storm. William Bradford described it briefly in his journals. Edward Winslow mentioned it with more detail. A 3-day gathering, feasting with many of the Indians coming amongst us. But there was no mention of turkeys carved at the table, no long trestles of pies, no pious speeches beneath fluttering banners. The story that would become the first Thanksgiving was still just a footnote, barely noticed by those who lived it. Yet it happened, or something like it. After the harvest, Governor Bradford ordered a celebratory firing of muskets and cannons, a signal of survival, perhaps, or of pride. Nearby Wampanoag heard the explosions and arrived soon after, Massasoit himself, along with 90 men. Not a formal invitation, not a planned feast, a sudden diplomatic gathering, armed and alert. But there was no bloodshed. Instead, they joined. They brought venison, corn, and game birds. The English cooked their meager stores. The gathering lasted 3 days. They ate. They competed in foot races and shooting matches. They watched each other closely. Beneath every gesture of fellowship, there was calculation. For the Wampanoag, it was a chance to reinforce the alliance, to observe how strong or weak their new neighbors were, to remind the English that they were not the only power in the region. For the colonists, it was a chance to display strength, to show that they were organized, fortified, and capable. There was no religious ceremony, no sermon, no holiday. The English had long practiced days of Thanksgiving in times of drought or war, usually marked by fasting and prayer, not feasting. This was not that. This was diplomacy with food, and yet it would become the seed of a national myth. Not because of what it was, but because of what it would be made to represent. In time, this fleeting event, a brief intersection of survival and strategy, would be recast as a founding moment of unity, friendship, and divine blessing. But there was a forgotten half to that story. Most of the English women were already dead. Of the roughly 18 adult women who had boarded the Mayflower, only 4 were still alive by the fall of 1621. They had buried their own children, husbands, and sisters. And yet it was they who cooked, served, and sustained the fragile veneer of order during that gathering. Their names were seldom recorded. Their labor is taken for granted. Their pain is invisible. There were children, too, some orphaned, others born into the chaos. They ran between the feet of warriors and settlers, perhaps unaware of how delicate the peace truly was. These were the ones who would grow up never knowing England, shaped instead by the forests of this new world, raised in the flickering shadow between cultures that would soon clash. And there were the servants, men and boys who had signed no compact, held no vote, but bore the same cold, the same hunger, the same fears. They too had survived, but they would be remembered not by name, but by category. The Wampanoag had their own forgotten voices, the women who did not attend, the elders who watched from afar, the warriors who buried their own kin in the wake of the plagues. Their view of this strange meal, this peculiar alliance, was not one of celebration. It was cautious, measured, and wary. They had already seen what English ships brought: sickness, steel, and settlers who never left. And yet, for one fleeting moment, they sat together, not as equals, not as friends, but as people are bound by circumstance. One group is facing extinction, the other, exhaustion. There were no declarations of eternal peace, no shared political vision. No gratitude was offered to each other. There was only food, hunted, cooked, traded, shared. A table drawn in the mud of compromise at the edge of a world none of them could control. Years later, as colonial expansion devoured land and treaties collapsed, the memory of that gathering would become useful. A symbol, a fiction, a sanitized origin story that erased conflict, erased conquest, erased the messy truth. Thanksgiving would be declared a holiday, first by George Washington, then codified by Lincoln during the Civil War, as a unifying narrative. The Pilgrims would be cast as gentle refugees, the natives as willing helpers. It was a myth built to heal, but also to forget. But in 1621, none of that existed. No flags, no holiday, just a fragile truce and a shared hunger. This was not a story of unity. It was a story of survival. And survival, in the end, is never clean. The winter passed. The graves froze over, then thawed. The palisade stood firm. Crops were planted again. A new ship arrived, Fortune, in November 1621, bringing more settlers but no supplies. The English at Plymouth braced for another year, not of founding a nation, but of simply staying alive. They did not yet know what they were building. To them, it was a fragile experiment, held together by daily labor, nightly prayer, and the unspoken awareness that death had come close, far too close to ending it all. But in time, what they began as a desperate colony would be remembered as something far greater, not by those who lived it, but by those who came after. The Mayflower passengers did not call themselves pilgrims. That word, so central to the American myth, was rarely used by the settlers themselves. It came much later, popularized in the 1800s, when historians and ministers began shaping the rough edges of the past into something smoother, nobler, something patriotic. By then, Plymouth had long been absorbed by larger and wealthier colonies. It never became a significant power. It was overshadowed by Boston, eclipsed by commerce, absorbed by history. And yet, as the United States struggled to define its origins, especially after the Civil War, the Mayflower rose again, not as a ship, but as a symbol. It was convenient. The Mayflower carried families. It landed in New England. It had a document, the Compact, that could be retrofitted into a democratic origin story. It had a harvest. It had a feast. And it had just enough distance from slavery, from Jamestown's brutality, from Southern plantations, to serve as a clean beginning. Politicians leaned into it. Thanksgiving was formalized. Paintings were commissioned. Textbooks told of peaceful Indians and pious pilgrims. The violent years that followed, the wars, the betrayals, the massacres, were softened or ignored entirely. What had been a complex story of survival, diplomacy, and mistrust became a tale of shared values. America, it was said, was founded on cooperation and faith, on freedom of religion, on a common purpose. The Mayflower Compact was taught as a proto-constitution. The first Thanksgiving became a moment of national unity. But history is not myth, and the true legacy of 1620 does not lie in costumes or parades. It lies in contradiction. The settlers came seeking religious freedom, but later denied it to others. They signed a compact for self-rule, but enforced strict conformity. They made peace with Massasoit, then watched future generations break every promise. Their survival depended on indigenous knowledge, yet their descendants drove those same people from their lands. The Mayflower story is not a straight line. It is a knot of ideals and failures, of courage and blindness, of hope tangled with harm. Yet perhaps that is what makes it worth remembering, not as a tale of saints, but of people. Ordinary people. Some devout, some reckless. Some are ambitious, some terrified. They crossed an ocean not knowing what waited. They argued. They sickened. They grieved. They built. They broke. And they endured, not because they were heroes, but because they had no other choice. The women who went nameless in the records cooked, nursed, and buried their children. The servants who signed nothing still helped raise houses and harvest crops. The native leaders who weighed alliance over annihilation shaped the balance of power in ways still misunderstood. They were all part of it, yet most were forgotten. The legacy of Plymouth is not a single day in November. It is the unresolved tension between what America tells itself and what it refuses to confront. The Mayflower Compact hinted at democracy, but only for some. The Thanksgiving gathering hinted at peace, but it came in the shadow of plague and power. If there is meaning in the Mayflower, it is not in the myth. It is in the mirror it offers, a reflection of how nations remember beginnings, with pride, but also with omission, with symbols, but also with silence. Today, descendants of those first Wampanoag still live in the region. For many of them, Thanksgiving is not a celebration, but a day of mourning, a reminder of what was lost after the treaties were broken, the land seized, the culture suppressed, and yet the memory remains, too powerful to ignore. Plymouth still draws visitors. The replica ship still sails. The compact still hangs in books and museums. And every year, people gather at long tables, speak of gratitude, and invoke a moment that was never meant to be history, only survival. But perhaps there is something valuable in returning to the truth, not to destroy the myth, but to ground it, to replace the simplicity of sainthood with the complexity of people. Because if we can see them as they were, hungry, frightened, flawed, we might see ourselves more clearly. We might recognize that all foundations are imperfect, that democracy often begins not with high ideals, but with cold desperation, that peace is not given, it is negotiated, that memory, like the Mayflower itself, must be maintained with care, or else it sinks beneath the weight of what we prefer to believe. And so the story ends, not with a feast, not with a prayer, but with a question. What do we owe to the past, not as myth, but as truth?
March 22, 1622. Dawn breaks over Virginia. In dozens of settlements along the James River, English colonists wake to what seems like an ordinary day. Indigenous neighbors arrive bearing gifts: fish, deer, tools. They're smiling, familiar, trusted. By noon, 347 men, women, and children will be dead. This is the story of the massacre that nearly destroyed English America. For 8 years, Virginia knew something it had never known before: peace. It began in 1614 with a wedding. Pocahontas, daughter of Powhatan, the paramount chief of the Powhatan Confederacy, married John Rolfe, the English tobacco planter. The marriage was political, a calculated alliance between two powers locked in a brutal, decade-long war, and it worked. The First Anglo-Powhatan War, which had killed hundreds on both sides since 1609, came to an end. Powhatan and the English agreed to a truce. Trade resumed. Prisoners were exchanged. Jamestown had nearly collapsed multiple times. Starvation, disease, warfare. Now, finally, they could expand, plant tobacco, build settlements, breathe. For Powhatan, it was strategic. The English were invaluable trading partners. They provided metal tools, weapons, and goods unavailable elsewhere. And perhaps, if managed carefully, they could be contained. Throughout the late 1610s, the two cultures intermingled. Powhatan people visited English settlements daily. They sold fish, game, and corn. They traded furs and pearls. Some worked as laborers or guides. English colonists, in turn, visited Powhatan villages. They learned the language, adopted indigenous farming techniques. Some even married into Powhatan families. It wasn't harmony. Distrust ran deep on both sides. But it was coexistence. By 1620, the colonists had grown comfortable, complacent even. Settlements sprawled along the James River, stretching miles from Jamestown. Plantations appeared on land that had been Powhatan hunting grounds for generations. The colonists stopped fortifying their homes. They worked unarmed in the fields. They let Powhatan men into their houses, shared meals, and allowed them to handle their tools. Why not? The war was over. Pocahontas had become a symbol of friendship between their peoples. Peace had held for years. But in Werowocomoco, the Powhatan capital, the great chief watched the English multiply, and he grew old. Powhatan had ruled for decades, consolidating over 30 Algonquian-speaking tribes into a powerful confederacy. He'd fought the English to a stalemate, then negotiated a truce that preserved his people's autonomy. But by 1618, he was dying, and he saw what was coming. The English weren't guests anymore. They were colonizers. They cleared forests, fenced land, claimed ownership over territories that had belonged to the Powhatan for generations. Their tobacco plantations expanded relentlessly, exhausting soil and pushing deeper into indigenous territory. And their numbers kept growing. Every year, more ships arrived from England. More settlers, more demands. When Powhatan died in 1618, leadership passed to his younger brother, Opechancanough. He was older, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, but sharp, experienced, and deeply opposed to English expansion. He'd fought them before. He'd seen their treachery, their greed, their disregard for treaties. And unlike his brother, Opechancanough had no illusions about coexistence. He would smile, trade, pretend the peace held. But he was planning something else entirely. Opechancanough was a mystery to the English, and he preferred it that way. They didn't know his age, didn't know his whole history. Some colonists thought he was Powhatan's brother. Others believed he was adopted into the Confederacy from another nation. There were even wild rumors, never proven, that Spanish explorers had kidnapped him as a young man, taken him to Spain, converted him to Christianity, and then returned him to Virginia. What the English did know was that he was dangerous. He'd been a war leader during the conflicts of the 1610s. He'd ambushed English parties. He'd orchestrated the capture of Captain John Smith in 1607, the famous incident where Pocahontas allegedly intervened to save Smith's life. But Opechancanough was more than a warrior. He was a strategist. When he became paramount chief in 1618, he inherited a confederacy under immense pressure. English settlements now stretched from the mouth of the James River to the falls near present-day Richmond, over 50 miles of occupied territory. The colonists had claimed land for plantations that the Powhatan used for hunting and farming. English pigs roamed freely, destroying indigenous cornfields. Colonists cut down forests, disrupting ecosystems. And English diseases, smallpox, influenza, typhus, swept through Powhatan towns, killing hundreds. The population imbalance was shifting. In 1618, Virginia had roughly 400 English colonists. By 1622, there were over 1,200. They outnumbered the Powhatan in the immediate Jamestown region, and their tobacco economy demanded endless expansion. Opechancanough understood what the English either didn't see or didn't care about. This wasn't coexistence, it was displacement. The peace treaty of 1614 had been a pause, not a resolution. The fundamental conflict, indigenous sovereignty versus English colonization, remained unresolved. and the English kept pushing. They demanded more land. They executed Powhatan men accused of theft. They kidnapped children to educate them in English schools. They preached Christianity and dismissed Powhatan's religion as superstition. Opechancanough watched, waited, and planned. He couldn't simply declare war. The Powhatan Confederacy wasn't a unified military force. It was an alliance of semi-autonomous tribes. Some were weary of conflict. Others traded profitably with the English. Consensus was required, so Opechancanough built it, quietly. He consulted with tribal leaders. He reminded them of broken English promises. He pointed to the expanding plantations, the dwindling hunting grounds, the diseases, and the disrespect. And he proposed a solution. Not another skirmish, not another border raid, but total war. A coordinated surprise attack that would kill so many English that the survivors would flee back to England, abandoning Virginia forever. It was an enormous gamble. If it failed, English retaliation would be catastrophic. But if it succeeded, the Powhatan could reclaim their land, restore their autonomy, erase the English presence before it becomes irreversible. By 1621, Opechancanough had the support he needed. The plan was in motion. He just needed the right moment, the right provocation. In early 1622, the English gave it to him. His name was Nemattanough, but the English called him Jack of the Feather. He was a war captain, a priest, and one of Opechancanoug's most trusted advisors. The English described him as flamboyant. He wore feathers and swan wings in his hair, decorated his body with paint, and moved with a confidence that unnerved them. The Powhatan believed he was spiritually protected, immune to English bullets. He'd survived multiple battles. He encouraged warriors, led ceremonies, and embodied resistance to English encroachment. In March 1622, Nemattanough traveled to the plantation of a trader named Morgan. What happened next is murky. Colonial records are one-sided, self-justifying, and likely incomplete. The English claimed Nemattanough killed Morgan, perhaps in a trade dispute. Powhatan oral tradition suggests Morgan attacked first, or that the English fabricated the accusation. Whatever the truth, two of Morgan's servants confronted Nemattanough. A fight ensued. The servants shot him multiple times. Wounded, Nemattanough allegedly asked them not to tell his people he'd been killed by bullets, fearing it would shatter the belief in his invulnerability. He died shortly after. When the servants reported the killing to the authorities, they were arrested briefly, then released. The English considered the matter closed. To Opechancanough, it was a declaration. Nemattanough wasn't just a warrior. He was sacred. His death demanded justice, but the English offered none. No trial, no punishment, just the casual, dismissive violence that had characterized their treatment of the Powhatan for years. This was the provocation Opechancanough had been waiting for. He called a council of tribal leaders. The message was clear. The English would never respect Powhatan's sovereignty. They would never honor treaties. They would never stop expanding. And they would kill Powhatan leaders with impunity. The only solution was elimination. The attack would happen on March 22, 1622, a date chosen for logistical reasons. Spring planting had begun. Colonists would be scattered across fields and plantations, vulnerable. The weather was warming. Warriors could move quickly. And the English, lulled by years of peace, suspected nothing. Opechancanoug's instructions were precise. Warriors would arrive at English settlements unarmed, as they had for years. They'd offer food, help with work, and share meals. They'd be welcomed, trusted. And then, simultaneously across the colony, they would strike. Not with bows or clubs, but with the colonists' own tools. Axes, hoes, hatchets, knives. The weapons would be everywhere. Leaning against fences, hanging in workshops, sitting on tables. The English wouldn't see it coming until it was too late. The goal was total. Kill everyone. Men, women, children. Burn the houses. Destroy the crops. Leave nothing. If the attack succeeded, Virginia's English population would be devastated. The survivors would flee. The Powhatan would reclaim their land. It was a desperate, brutal plan. But Opechancanough believed it was the only way to save his people. On the night of March 21st, 1622, warriors moved into position across Virginia. In dozens of settlements, English colonists slept peacefully, unaware that dawn would bring slaughter. Coordinating an attack across 50 miles of river settlements, involving hundreds of warriors from multiple tribes without the English discovering it, required extraordinary discipline. Opechancanough achieved it. For weeks, possibly months, warriors maintained absolute secrecy. They continued visiting English settlements, trading, smiling and acting as though nothing had changed. Some even slept in colonists' homes the night before the attack. The plan exploited the English colonists' greatest vulnerability: their trust. By 1622, the two cultures had coexisted peacefully for 8 years. Many colonists had daily contact with the Powhatan people. They'd shared meals, worked together, traded goods. Some colonists spoke Algonquian. Some Powhatan spoke English. This familiarity had bred complacency. Colonists no longer fortified their homes. They worked alone in distant fields. They allowed Powhatan men to enter their houses freely. Opechancanough turned that openness into a weapon. Warriors would arrive at dawn on March 22nd, just as they had countless times before. They'd carry fish, game, or corn to trade. They'd be friendly, helpful. English families would welcome them, offer breakfast, ask for assistance with chores. The warriors would accept. They'd sit at tables. They'd pick up tools, axes for chopping wood, hoes for fieldwork, knives for butchering. And at a signal, perhaps a shout, maybe a predetermined time, they would turn those tools on their hosts. The attack would be simultaneous, not sequential, not gradual. Every settlement, at the exact moment, would erupt in violence. This simultaneity was critical. If one settlement was attacked first, and the survivors fled to warn others, the English could fortify, arm themselves. The element of surprise would be lost. But if every plantation were hit at once, there would be no warning, no escape, no defense. The settlements targeted included Martin's Hundred, Berkeley Hundred, Henricus, Charles City, Falling Creek, Sheffield's Plantation, and dozens of smaller farms and estates. Some were home to just a few families. Others housed 20 or 30 colonists. All were vulnerable. Opechancanoug's strategy also accounted for the English military advantage. Firearms. Muskets were slow to reload, inaccurate, and useless in close quarters. By attacking at intimate range, inside homes, in kitchens, at breakfast tables, the warriors neutralized that advantage. And, by using the colonists' own tools, they ensured weapons would be readily available. Every farmhouse had axes. Every workshop had hammers. Every table had knives. The English had, unknowingly, armed their attackers. There was one major exception to the plan: Jamestown. The capital was too well defended, too populated, too alert. A direct assault would fail. So Opechancanough left it off the target list. His calculation was pragmatic. If the outlying settlements were destroyed, Jamestown would be isolated, starving, and demoralized. The survivors would have no choice but to abandon Virginia. The plan was brilliant, ruthless, and it depended entirely on secrecy. For weeks, hundreds of warriors kept the secret. But on the night of March 21st, 1622, one man broke, and that breach would save Jamestown, but doom everyone else. His name was Chanco. He was a Powhatan man, likely young, who'd been living among the English colonists, possibly as a servant, possibly as a convert to Christianity. The historical record is sparse. We don't know his age, his tribe, or his full motivations, but we know what he did. On the night of March 21st, 1622, Chanco's brother told him about the attack planned for the next morning. Perhaps he was trying to warn Chanco to stay away from English settlements. Maybe he assumed Chanco would join the attack. Instead, Chanco went to his master, a colonist named Richard Pace, whose plantation was across the river from Jamestown. Chanco told him everything: the plan, the timing, the targets. Pace was horrified. He armed himself, woke his household, and, in the middle of the night, rode across the James River to Jamestown. It was a dangerous journey in the darkness, but he had no choice. He reached Jamestown before dawn and alerted Governor Sir Francis Wyatt. Wyatt acted immediately. He ordered the town fortified, weapons distributed, lookouts posted. Nearby planters were warned and brought inside the palisade. When Powhatan warriors arrived at Jamestown on the morning of March 22nd, they found the gates closed and armed men on the walls. The attack on Jamestown was aborted before it began. But Pace and Wyatt couldn't warn the outlying settlements. There was no time, no way to communicate quickly across 50 miles of river territory. Riders were sent, but they wouldn't arrive for hours. By then, it was too late. So while Jamestown prepared, the rest of Virginia remained unaware. At Martin's Hundred, a thriving settlement of tobacco planters about 7 miles from Jamestown, colonists woke to a typical March morning. Men headed to the fields. Women prepared breakfast. Children played. Powhatan men arrived, as they often did, offering fish and venison. They were welcomed. At Berkeley Hundred, 15 miles upriver, the same scene unfolded. The warriors appeared at dawn, smiling. At Henricus, a settlement dedicated to educating indigenous children in Christianity, Powhatan visitors were invited inside. At plantations along the Appomattox River, at Sheffield's, at Falling Creek, the largest ironworks in English America, the morning seemed ordinary. By 8 a.m., the killing had begun. At Martin's Hundred, warriors grabbed axes and hatchets. They turned on their hosts with sudden, explosive violence. Families were slaughtered in their kitchens. Workers in the fields were cut down. A few colonists fought back. There are accounts of desperate hand-to-hand struggles, but most were overwhelmed. Within an hour, 58 people at Martin's Hundred were dead. The same horror unfolded simultaneously across the colony simultaneously. At Berkeley Hundred, 11 were killed. At Charles City, 6. At Falling Creek, 27, including the ironmaster, his family, and his workers. The ironworks, the pride of Virginia's industrial ambitions, were burned to the ground. By noon, the massacre was over. English colonists lay dead. 1/3 of Virginia's population gone in 4 hours, and the survivors faced a new nightmare. What came next? The violence was intimate, personal, horrifying. This wasn't a battlefield. There were no battle lines, no soldiers, no military formations. This was slaughter in kitchens, bedrooms, and gardens. At Woolston hometown, part of Martin's Hundred, archaeological. Excavations in the 1970s uncovered the remains of the attack. Skeletons bore evidence of brutal trauma. Skulls fractured by axes, bones shattered by blunt instruments, bodies hastily buried in shallow graves. One skeleton, a young man, had a Powhatan arrowhead lodged in his leg, evidence that some warriors did use traditional weapons alongside English tools. The written accounts, recorded by survivors and compiled by colonial officials, are harrowing. Edward Hill, a colonist who survived the attack at Charles City, described warriors entering homes with deer and other provisions to sell. then suddenly slew most barbarously everyone they could reach. At the plantation of Nathaniel Powell, a respected colonist who'd lived in Virginia since 1607, warriors killed him, his wife, and his children. Powell had considered the Powhatan his friends. He'd traded with them for years. He died in his own home, betrayed by people he trusted. At the college lands near Henricus, where the English had been building a school to educate indigenous children in Christianity, 17 people were killed, including George Thorpe, a profoundly religious man who'd advocated tirelessly for the kind treatment of the Powhatan. Thorpe had built Opechancanough, a European-style house, as a gesture of friendship. He was killed anyway. Women were not spared. Children were not spared. One account describes a woman fleeing with her infant. Pursued by warriors, she was caught and killed. The baby was thrown into a river. At some plantations, colonists managed to fight back. Guns were grabbed, swords drawn. A few warriors were killed, but the attackers had overwhelming advantages: surprise, numbers, and the colonists' own tools. At Falling Creek, the ironworks settlement, the attack was total. 27 people were killed. The forge was destroyed. Equipment smashed. Years of labor and investment were obliterated. By mid-morning, the outlying settlements were graveyards. Houses burned. Bodies lay in fields, on doorsteps, slumped over tables. Livestock wandered loose. Crops were trampled. The few survivors, those who hid, fled, or fought their way out, staggered toward Jamestown, traumatized and terrified. Some made it. Others died on the journey, bleeding, exhausted, hunted. By early afternoon, the killing had stopped. The warriors withdrew, melting back into the forests. They'd achieved their objective: devastation, but not total victory. Jamestown stood, and its 400 residents, armed and fortified, had survived. That single failure, the result of Chanco's warning, changed everything. If Jamestown had fallen, the colony would have collapsed. Ships arriving from England would have found ruins and corpses. The Virginia Company would have dissolved. English colonization of the Chesapeake would have ended. But Jamestown survived. And that meant the survivors could regroup, mourn, bury their dead, and plan their revenge. Because the English response to the massacre wouldn't be retreat. It would be extermination. When the first refugees staggered into Jamestown on the afternoon of March 22nd, the stories they told were almost incomprehensible. Entire families were wiped out, settlements burned, neighbors killed by people they'd shared meals with just hours before. Governor Francis Wyatt ordered an immediate head count. Riders were sent to settlements that hadn't yet reported. The gruesome tally began: Martin's 100, 58 dead. Berkeley 100, 11 dead. Henricus, 17 dead. Falling Creek, 27 dead. Charles City, 6 dead. Dozens more at smaller plantations scattered across the colony. The final count, 347 dead. Nearly 1/3 of Virginia's English population, entire communities had been erased. Plantations that had taken years to build were abandoned. Fields went unplanted. Livestock roamed wild. Jamestown itself was overwhelmed. Hundreds of terrified survivors crowded into the fort. Food supplies, already limited, were stretched dangerously thin. Medicine was scarce. Shelter was inadequate. And the psychological trauma was devastating. These weren't soldiers. They were farmers, artisans, families. They'd come to Virginia seeking opportunity, and now they'd watched their loved ones murdered. Trust was shattered. Every Powhatan person was now viewed as a potential threat. Even those who'd lived peacefully among the English for years, including Christian converts, were expelled or imprisoned. Chanco, the man whose warning had saved Jamestown, was praised by colonial officials. The assembly later granted him his freedom and a pension. But he disappeared from the historical record shortly after. his fate unknown. Meanwhile, Wyatt faced an impossible situation. The colony was on the brink of collapse. Again, starvation loomed. The planting season was already underway, but most fields were abandoned or unsafe. Colonists were too terrified to venture beyond Jamestown's walls. If crops weren't planted, there would be no harvest, no food, no tobacco to trade. Virginia would starve. Wyatt sent desperate letters to England, begging for supplies, soldiers, and reinforcements. But ships took months to cross the Atlantic. Help, if it came at all, wouldn't arrive until summer or fall. In the meantime, the survivors huddled in Jamestown, traumatized and furious, and that fury found a target. Colonial leaders, particularly Wyatt and the Virginia Company Council, began framing the massacre not as a military engagement or a response to English aggression, but as an act of barbarism, a betrayal, proof of indigenous savagery. They conveniently ignored the years of English encroachment, broken promises, and violence that had preceded the attack. They ignored the execution of Namatanui. They ignored the theft of Powhatan's land. Instead, they crafted a narrative. The innocent English, extending the hand of friendship, had been treacherously attacked by ungrateful, bloodthirsty savages. This narrative served a purpose. It justified what came next, because the Virginia Company, in consultation with English authorities, made a decision that would define the next decade. Virginia would wage total war. Not for territory, not for defense, for extermination. The official policy, articulated in letters and company directives, was clear. The Powhatan must be destroyed. Their villages burned. Their crops were obliterated. Their people were driven out or killed. "We shall enjoy their cultivated places," one company official wrote, possessing the fruits of others' labors. The massacre had ended. The genocide was beginning. Life in Jamestown after March 22nd was a study in trauma and survival. The fort, designed to house a few hundred, now sheltered nearly 1,000. Families crammed into makeshift shelters. Disease spread rapidly. Dysentery, typhus, influenza. The death toll from disease in the months after the massacre rivaled the massacre itself. Food was critically short. The colony had relied on trade with the Powhatan for corn and game. That trade was now impossible, and the spring planting, critical for survival, had been disrupted. Colonists were terrified to leave Jamestown's walls. Fields sat empty. Livestock were slaughtered for immediate food, leaving no breeding stock for future herds. Governor Wyatt tried to impose order. He organized armed work parties to plant emergency crops near Jamestown. He rationed food. He sent requests for aid to neighboring colonies, Plymouth and the Caribbean, for help. But morale was shattered. Many colonists wanted to abandon Virginia entirely. They'd come seeking prosperity. They'd found only death. Letters sent back to England described Virginia as a slaughterhouse, a cursed land where English dreams went to die. The Virginia Company, already financially troubled, faced collapse. Investors were furious. The massacre dominated London's news. Pamphlets described the horrors in lurid detail, blaming company mismanagement for leaving settlers defenseless. King James I launched an investigation. By 1624, the company's charter would be revoked, and Virginia would become a royal colony under direct crown control. But in the summer of 1622, the colonists weren't thinking about politics. They were thinking about survival and revenge. In May, supplies finally arrived from England. Food, weapons, ammunition. And with them came new orders. Fight back. The Virginia Company's instructions were explicit. The colonists were authorized to invade the Powhatan by all means possible, to destroy their villages, burn their crops, and kill or drive out the inhabitants. There would be no more peace negotiations, no more treaties, no more pretense of coexistence. The English would take what they wanted. and they would destroy anyone who resisted. Governor Wyatt organized the first retaliatory raids in June 1622. Armed parties, 50 to 100 men, moved upriver, attacking Powhatan villages. They burned homes, torched cornfields, killed anyone they encountered. Warriors, elders, women, children, the Powhatan fought back. But the dynamics had shifted. The English were no longer scattered and vulnerable. They moved in disciplined, armed units. They had superior firepower, and they had no mercy. One ruthless tactic emerged. The English would offer peace, invite Powhatan leaders to negotiate, then poison them. In May 1623, at a supposed peace conference, English colonists offered a toast with poisoned wine. Approximately 200 Powhatan people drank it. Many died immediately. Others were killed in the ensuing chaos. It was treachery mirroring the March 22nd massacre, an intimate betrayal, a weaponization of trust. The message was clear. There would be no rules, no honor, no limits. This was a war of extermination, and it would rage on and off for more than 20 years. The Second Anglo-Powhatan War didn't have clear battles or decisive victories. It was a grinding, brutal conflict of attrition. Every summer, English raiding parties swept through Powhatan territory, burning crops just before harvest. The goal was starvation. If the Powhatan couldn't grow food, they'd be forced to flee or submit. It worked. By the mid-1620s, Powhatan villages along the James River were abandoned. Tribes retreated north and west, away from English-controlled territory. The Confederacy, which had once dominated the Chesapeake region, was fracturing under the relentless pressure, and the English seized the land. Colonial officials openly admitted the strategy. Edward Waterhouse, writing an account of the massacre for the Virginia Company in 1622, stated it plainly. "We, who hitherto have had possession of no more ground than their waste, may now by right of war and law of nations invade the country and destroy them who sought to destroy us. Now their cleared grounds in all their villages, which are situate in the most fruitful places of the land, shall be inhabited by us." In other words, the massacre gave the English legal and moral justification to take everything. The Powhatan had cleared the land, planted the fields, and cultivated the soil. Now the English would simply take it, claiming it was the spoils of a just war. Tobacco plantations expanded rapidly. Land that had been off-limits under the 1614 peace treaty was now seized and parceled out to settlers. The Virginia Company encouraged immigration, offering land grants to anyone willing to come. Bita Turturiyerti, the 1625, despite the massacre and the ongoing war, Virginia's English population had rebounded to over 1,200, the same level as before the attack. The Powhatan population, meanwhile, was collapsing. Warfare, starvation, and disease, especially smallpox, decimated their numbers. Entire villages disappeared. Tribes that had once been part of the powerful Powhatan Confederacy fragmented or fled the region entirely. Opechancano's gamble had failed. The massacre hadn't driven the English out. It had unleashed a genocidal response that destroyed his people faster than English expansion ever had. But Opechancano didn't surrender. He continued fighting, leading raids, refusing treaties. The war dragged on until 1632, when both sides, exhausted, agreed to another truce. It lasted 12 years. In 1644, Opechancano, now in his 90s, reportedly so old he had to be carried on a litter, launched one final attack. It was a desperate last-ditch effort to push the English back. On April 18, 1644, Powhatan warriors attacked English settlements again, killing nearly 400 colonists, even more than in 1622, but this time the English barely flinched. Their population had grown to over 8,000. Losing 400 was tragic, but not catastrophic. The retaliation was swift and brutal. English forces captured Opechancanough in 1646. He was brought to Jamestown as a prisoner. An English soldier, ignoring orders to keep him alive, shot him in the back. Opechancanough died in captivity, the last great resistance leader of the Powhatan Confederacy. With his death, organized indigenous resistance in the Virginia Tidewater ended. The English had won, not through honor or negotiation or coexistence. Through relentless, systematic violence, the massacre of 1622 transformed Virginia and the future of English colonization in America. It ended any possibility of coexistence. Before March 26th, there had been trade, intermarriage, and cautious cooperation. After that, there was only conquest. The English adopted a policy that would echo across 3 centuries of American expansion. Indigenous people were obstacles to be removed, not neighbors to be accommodated. The language used to justify this policy, savage, treacherous, barbaric, became embedded in colonial culture. The massacre was retold in sermons, pamphlets, and histories as proof of indigenous inferiority and English righteousness. The victims, 347 men, women, and children, were transformed into martyrs. Their deaths became propaganda, used to justify wars of extermination from Virginia to California. And the Powhatan perspective was erased. English accounts described the attack as unprovoked, ignoring decades of land theft, broken treaties, and violence. They portrayed Opechancanough as a villain, rather than a leader defending his people's survival. The massacre also had immediate political consequences. It bankrupted the Virginia Company. King James I, appalled by the death toll and the company's mismanagement, revoked its charter in 1624. Virginia became a royal colony, governed directly by the crown. Ironically, this transition strengthened the House of Burgesses. As a royal colony, Virginia's assembly became a permanent fixture, ensuring local representation even as the monarchy asserted control. So, the massacre indirectly reinforced the democratic institutions that would, 150 years later, fuel the American Revolution. But it also accelerated another institution, slavery. The constant warfare with indigenous nations made reliance on indigenous labor impossible. English indentured servants were expensive and temporary. Increasingly, planters turned to enslaved Africans as a permanent, controllable labor force. By the 1640s, slavery was becoming entrenched in Virginia law. The massacre had created a labor crisis that slavery filled. So 2 legacies emerged from March 22, 1622. The 2, expansion of representative government and the expansion of racial slavery. Liberty for some, built on the subjugation of others. For the Powhatan, the consequences were catastrophic. By 1670, the once powerful Confederacy was reduced to a few hundred people living on tiny reservations. Their land, hundreds of thousands of acres, was gone. Their political power was erased. Their population decimated. Some tribes fled west. Others were absorbed into English society as laborers or servants. A few communities survived, clinging to their identity despite relentless pressure to assimilate. Today, descendants of the Powhatan Confederacy still live in Virginia. The Pamunkey, Mattapony, and other tribes have preserved their languages, traditions, and histories despite centuries of colonization. They remember 1622 differently from the English did. Not as a day of treachery, but as a desperate act of resistance. A final attempt to protect their homeland from an invader that would not stop. Both memories are true. Both are incomplete. The massacre was a tragedy. For the 347 colonists who died, for the Powhatan who were destroyed in the aftermath, for the cycles of violence it set in motion. It was also a turning point. The day coexistence died and conquest became inevitable. The blood spilled on March 22, 1622, soaked into the soil of Virginia, and America grew from it.
July 30th, 1619, in a sweltering wooden church in Virginia, 24 men gathered to do something that had never been done on American soil. They were about to plant a seed, one that would grow into revolution, democracy, and a nation. But that same summer, another ship was coming, and it carried a darkness that would haunt that dream forever. Jamestown, winter of 1609. The dead outnumbered the living. Inside the fort, survivors gnawed on leather boots, boiled the starch from their shirt collars, and when that ran out, they turned to the unthinkable. Archaeologists would later uncover the bones of a 14-year-old girl, her skull bearing the unmistakable marks of butchery. They called her Jane. Her neighbors ate her. This was the starving time. Of the 500 colonists who'd been in Jamestown that autumn, only 60 survived to see spring. They huddled in the frozen mud of Virginia, 3,000 miles from England, surrounded by a land that did not want them. The Powhatan Confederacy had laid siege to the fort, cutting off access to game, water, and trade. The English were trapped, starving, dying. When supply ships finally arrived in May 1610, the survivors made their decision: abandon Jamestown. They loaded onto boats and began sailing down the James River, ready to leave Virginia forever. But they never made it out. At the mouth of the river, they met another ship. On board was Lord De La Warr, the new governor, with fresh men, fresh supplies, and fresh orders from London. Turn around. Go back. Do not quit. Because for the Virginia Company of London, the joint stock corporation that owned this entire venture, failure was not an option. Investors had poured fortunes into this colony, expecting gold, silk, and a passage to the Pacific. They'd gotten none of it, just death and debt. But they couldn't admit defeat. Not publicly, not financially. So they did what desperate corporations do. They doubled down. Over the next few years, the company sent more ships, more settlers, more supplies. They installed military governors who ruled with brutal discipline, martial law, public executions. Men were hanged for stealing food. Others were burned alive for fleeing to indigenous villages. Still, people kept dying. Disease, malnutrition, conflict. By 1616, of the 1,700 settlers sent to Virginia, fewer than 350 remained alive. The Virginia Company faced a crisis, not just of survival, but of control. How do you govern men an ocean away? How do you convince them to stay, to work, to obey, when every instinct screams at them to run or revolt? The answer couldn't be found in muskets or gallows alone. It had to be something else, something no English colony had ever tried before. The company would need to offer the colonists a stake in the company, a voice, a reason to believe that Virginia wasn't just a death trap, but a place they could shape, a place where they mattered. But first, they needed something worth staying for, something worth fighting for. They needed a crop. John Rolfe arrived in Jamestown in 1610, one of the survivors of a shipwreck in Bermuda. He was not a soldier or a gentleman adventurer. He was a farmer, and he was obsessed with tobacco. The indigenous peoples of Virginia had grown tobacco for centuries, Nicotiana rustica. But the English found it harsh, bitter, unpleasant. It didn't sell in London. Spain, meanwhile, was making a fortune off Caribbean tobacco, a smoother strain called Nicotiana tabacum. That was the variety English smokers craved, and Spain guarded it jealously, forbidding export of the seeds on pain of death. Somehow, Rolfe got his hands on them, maybe through trade in the Caribbean, maybe smuggled. History doesn't say. But by 1612, he was planting them in Virginia soil. The gamble paid off. The Chesapeake climate, hot, humid, long-growing seasons, was perfect. Rolfe's tobacco was smooth, sweet, profitable. In 1614, he shipped 4 barrels to London. They sold out immediately. By 1617, Jamestown was exporting 20,000 pounds a year. By 1628, it was 500,000. Tobacco became Virginia's gold. Settlers planted it everywhere, in streets, in cemeteries, in every scrap of cleared land. It was backbreaking work, planting, weeding, suckering, worming, cutting, curing, packing. It required labor, lots of it, and it required land. The Virginia Company, smelling profit at last, began offering private ownership. Before, land had been communal, controlled by the company, but in 1618, under a new treasurer named Sir Edwin Sandys, the company enacted sweeping reforms. Settlers who paid their own way to Virginia would receive 50 acres. Investors who paid someone else's passage, called headrights, got 50 acres per person transported. Suddenly, Virginia wasn't just a company plantation. It was a place where an Englishman could own property, build wealth, control his future. But that created a new problem. Landowners don't like being told what to do, especially by a corporation thousands of miles away. Especially when they're the ones risking their lives, clearing the forests, fighting the Powhatans, sweating through the tobacco harvests. They wanted a say in how things were run, what laws governed them, how taxes were set, who held power. The Virginia Company understood if they didn't give the settlers some form of self-governance, they'd lose them. Rebellion, desertion, chaos. So Sir Edwin Sandys, a member of Parliament and a believer in English liberties, crafted a radical solution. He drafted what became known as the Great Charter of 1618. It promised colonists the rights of Englishmen. It established private property. It ended martial law. And it created an assembly, a body of representatives elected by the settlers themselves, empowered to make local laws. It was a business decision, a calculated risk, a way to keep people invested, literally and figuratively, in Virginia's success. But ideas, once planted, grow in unexpected directions. On a summer day in 1619, that seed would take root. Sir George Yeardley arrived in Virginia on April 19, 1619, carrying a document that would change everything. He was the new governor, a veteran of Jamestown's early horrors. He'd survived the starving time, fought in the wars against the Powhatans, and climbed from soldier to landowner to leader. He knew the colony intimately, its dangers, its potential, its people. And now he carried the authority to remake it. The instructions from the Virginia Company were clear. Implement the Great Charter, establish order, encourage growth, and, most importantly, summon a General Assembly. It was a stunning break from the past. For a decade, Virginia had been ruled by military governors with absolute power. Men had been executed for dissent, whipped for laziness, and controlled like servants. Now, the company was promising something closer to the government they'd known in England, a system where laws required consent, where grievances could be heard, where local men had a voice. Why the change? Partly idealism. Sir Edwin Sandys genuinely believed English liberties were a birthright that crossed the Atlantic. He'd been part of parliamentary opposition to royal overreach back home. He saw self-governance not just as good business, but as a good principle. But mostly, it was pragmatic. The Virginia Company was bleeding money. Mortality rates were catastrophic. Recruitment was becoming impossible. Who would sail into a graveyard? They needed to make Virginia attractive, livable. The settlers were required to stay, to invest, to build families and futures. Giving them a stake in government was the carrot that might finally work. Yeardley wasted no time. Within weeks of landing, he issued a proclamation. Elections would be held. Each of the 11 settlements, called hundreds and plantations, would choose 2 burgesses to represent them. The word burgess came from the Old English term for a representative of a borough or town. These men would gather in Jamestown for Virginia's first legislative assembly. The requirements to vote or serve were simple by the standards of the time. You had to be a free man. You had to be a landowner or head of household. Indigenous people, women, servants, and the enslaved had no voice. This was not democracy as we understand it today. It was governed by a narrow elite, propertied Englishmen who'd survived long enough to matter. But narrow or not, it was unprecedented. Nowhere else in the Americas, neither in Spanish Florida, nor New France, nor the Caribbean plantations, did common settlers elect their own lawmakers. This was something new. By late July, the elections were complete. 22 burgesses prepared to journey to Jamestown. They came from the scattered tobacco farms and rough settlements stretching along the James River. Planters, traders, survivors. They would meet in the only building large enough to hold them all, the church. And on the morning of July 30th, 1619, they gathered. History wasn't watching, but it should have been. The heat was suffocating. July 30th, 1619 was a Friday, and Jamestown's wooden church offered little relief from the Virginia summer. No glass in the windows, just open frames letting in mosquitoes and thick, humid air. Rough-hewn benches, a dirt floor, the smell of sweat and river mud. Governor Yeardley sat at the front. Beside him was John Poree, a rotund, well-educated Englishman who'd once been a member of Parliament. Yeardley appointed him Speaker of the Assembly, the man who would guide debate, recognize speakers, and keep order. 22 burgesses took their places, 2 each from 11 districts: James City, Charles City, Henrico, Cocoton, Martin's Hundred, Smythe's Hundred, Martin's Brandon, Flowerdew Hundred, Lawn's Plantation, Ward's Plantation, and Captain William Tucker's settlement. They weren't lords, they weren't knights. Most were farmers or small merchants. They'd earned their place through survival, land ownership, or election by their neighbors. The session opened with a prayer, led by Reverend Richard Buck. Then the formalities. The governor's commission was read aloud, establishing his authority. The Great Charter was presented. Each burgess's credentials were examined to ensure he was properly elected. Then the work began. The assembly debated laws. Some were practical, setting tobacco prices so planters couldn't undercut each other, establishing standards for the quality of the crop sent to England, regulating trade with indigenous nations, ensuring fairness, prohibiting the sale of weapons. Others were moral. Laws against drunkenness, against gambling, against idleness, mandatory church attendance, fines for swearing, punishments for adultery. This was a community trying to impose order on a wild, dangerous frontier, and they addressed grievances. Settlers complained about unfair dealings by the company's magazine, the supply store that held a monopoly on goods. They protested high prices, poor quality tools, and food shortages. The burgesses debated, voted, and sent petitions back to London. It was messy, slow, contentious at times, but it was theirs. These men were shaping the rules they'd live under. John Poree took detailed notes. His record, though incomplete, survives as one of the most critical documents in American history. In it, he writes plainly, without drama, about votes taken, motions passed, and complaints heard. On August 4th, after 6 days of deliberation, the assembly adjourned. The heat and sickness, some burgesses had fallen ill, forced an early end. But the precedent was set. 22 men had gathered, debated, and passed laws, not as subjects obeying commands from London, but as representatives exercising power on behalf of their communities. It was limited. It was imperfect. It was shaped by the biases and exclusions of its time. But it was also revolutionary. Because once people taste self-governance, they don't easily give it up. Once they've voted, debated, and shaped their own laws, the idea that some distant authority should rule them without their consent becomes intolerable. The House of Burgesses would meet again and again for more than 150 years. But even as they adjourned that August, another vessel was approaching Virginia's coast, and it carried a different kind of future. Let's be clear about who wasn't in that church. No women, not one. Even though women had been in Jamestown since 1608, laboring, surviving, building lives in conditions just as brutal as the men's. English common law and custom denied them political voice. They couldn't vote, couldn't hold office, couldn't own property if married. They were invisible to the assembly, except when laws regulated their behavior or morality. No indigenous people. The Powhatan Confederacy and other Algonquian-speaking nations had lived on this land for thousands of years. They had complex systems of governance, diplomacy, and law. But to the English, they were obstacles or trading partners, never citizens, never equals. The assembly would pass laws about them, restricting trade, punishing violence, and managing conflict. But their voices were excluded entirely. No indentured servants. These men and women, perhaps 3/4 of Virginia's English population, had sold years of their labor in exchange for passage to America. They were bound, unfree, without rights until their terms expired. The laws debated in that church governed their lives, but they had no say in making them. And then, in late August 1619, just weeks after the assembly adjourned, a ship arrived. The White Lion, an English privateer, anchored at Point Comfort, near the mouth of the James River. Its cargo, human beings, approximately 20 Africans, likely from the Kingdom of Ndongo in present-day Angola, were kidnapped by Portuguese slavers, seized by English pirates, and now sold to Virginia colonists in exchange for food and supplies. John Rolfe, the tobacco pioneer, recorded the moment in a letter. About the latter end of August, a Dutch man of war of the burden of 160 tons arrived at Point Comfort. He brought anything but 20 and odd Negroes the governor and Cape merchant bought for victualle. 20 and odd Negroes. That's how casually it was noted. A transaction. A footnote. Their names are mostly lost. A few survive in records from the following years. Angelo, Antonio, Isabella, and Margaret. Some initially worked as indentured servants, earning their freedom after years of labor. A man named Anthony Johnson would later become a landholder and even own servants himself. For a brief, uncertain period, the status of Africans in Virginia was ambiguous. Some gained freedom, some intermarried, some testified in court. But that ambiguity wouldn't last. Over the following decades, Virginia would pass law after law, hardening racial boundaries. By the 1640s, slavery was becoming hereditary and race-based. By the 1660s, it was codified. Africans and their descendants were property, permanently, by bloodline. The same colony that in 1619 created the first representative assembly in America also laid the foundation for chattel slavery. 2 ships, 2 futures. One summer, the House of Burgesses would later pass those slave codes. They would decide that black lives were commodities, that freedom was reserved for whiteness, that democracy had a color. This is the paradox at the heart of American history. The same impulse that demanded self-governance and resisted tyranny also built a system of bondage and exploitation. One cannot be understood without the other. Both were born in 1619. The assembly didn't die after that first session. It took root. Despite early uncertainty, would the Virginia Company honor it? Would the king approve? The Burgesses kept meeting. Annually at first, then as needed. They became indispensable. Throughout the 1620s, the House of Burgesses expanded its authority. It passed laws regulating agriculture, trade, and morality. It set tax rates on tobacco exports, It controlled the budget. It investigated abuses by corrupt officials. It reviewed land grants and settled disputes. The Burgesses weren't radicals. They weren't revolutionaries. Most were loyal subjects of the crown, faithful Anglicans, and profit-driven planters. But they were also men who'd learned a hard truth. Survival in Virginia required local solutions to local problems. London was too far away, too slow, too ignorant of conditions on the ground. So they governed themselves. But the colony remained violent and fragile. On March 22, 1622, the Powhatan Confederacy launched a coordinated attack across English settlements. In a single morning, 347 colonists, nearly a third of Virginia's English population, were killed. Entire plantations were wiped out. The assault was led by Opechancanouve, brother of the late Chief Powhatan, in response to years of English encroachment, betrayal, and land theft. The English response was brutal. The Assembly authorized total war. Crops burned, villages destroyed, peace treaties ignored, a strategy of extermination. And ironically, the massacre strengthened the Assembly's power. The crisis demanded quick decisions, local leadership, and coordinated defense. The Burgesses, not distant London bureaucrats, managed the response. They raised militias, allocated resources, and planned retaliatory raids. The more essential they became, the harder they were to dissolve. Meanwhile, the population slowly grew. New settlements appeared along the rivers. Tobacco exports soared. Wealth accumulated for those who survived. Women began arriving in greater numbers, often as part of the company's effort to create stable families. The Virginia Company even sent shipments of young women to become wives, their passage paid by prospective husbands in tobacco. It was transactional, often exploitative, but it signaled a shift. Virginia was becoming less a military outpost and more a society. The Burgesses regulated that society. They passed laws governing marriage, inheritance, and labor. They licensed taverns. They punished blasphemy and Sabbath breaking. They mediated conflicts between planters. And they resisted interference from England. When the Virginia Company tried to impose unpopular governors or unfair taxes, the Assembly pushed back. They sent petitions, withheld funds, and delayed enforcement. They discovered they had leverage. Because tobacco was profitable, and the company, and later the crown, needed that revenue. By the mid-1620s, the House of Burgesses had become a permanent fixture of Virginia life. It wasn't powerful by modern standards. The governor could veto its laws. The king could overrule it. But it had established something crucial: the expectation that Virginians would have a say in how they were governed. And once an expectation becomes tradition, tradition becomes a right. The right people will fight to protect. But in 1624, that right faced its greatest test. The Virginia Company was collapsing. By 1624, its finances were in ruins. Thousands of settlers had been sent to Virginia. Most had died. Investors saw no returns. Factions within the company fought bitterly over strategy. Reports of mismanagement, starvation, and the 1622 massacre reached London and scandalized Parliament. King James I, already suspicious of Sir Edwin Sandys and his reformist politics, saw an opportunity. He launched an investigation. The findings were damning: incompetence, disorder, financial chaos, catastrophic mortality. In May 1624, the king revoked the Virginia Company's charter. The corporation was dissolved. Virginia became a royal colony under direct control of the crown. The Burgesses were terrified. The company, for all its flaws, had granted them the Assembly. The king had made no such promise. Would he allow self-governance to continue? Or would he impose absolute royal authority, reducing Virginia to a military governorate ruled by royal decree? For several years, the answer was unclear. Governor Sir Francis Wyatt continued to summon the assembly, partly out of habit, partly because he needed their cooperation to govern effectively. But there was no formal guarantee, no charter, no legal protection. The Burgesses understood their vulnerability, so they did something brilliant. They made themselves indispensable. They controlled taxation. They managed land distribution. They organized a defense. They mediated disputes among powerful planters. They wrote the laws that kept the peace and regulated the tobacco economy that funded the crown's revenue. In short, they proved that royal governors needed them, and they sent petitions to London, carefully worded, respectful in tone, but firm in substance. The assembly was essential to Virginia's prosperity and stability. Dissolve it, and you risk rebellion, economic collapse, or both. The argument worked. In 1639, King Charles I officially recognized the House of Burgesses in Virginia's new royal charter. The assembly was no longer a corporate experiment. It was a permanent institution, sanctioned by the crown. It was a stunning victory. The Burgesses had outlasted the company that created them. They'd survived the transition from corporate to royal rule. They'd defended their existence not through rebellion, but through utility and persistence. And they'd established a precedent that echoed across the Atlantic world. Once colonial settlers tasted self-governance, stripping it away was nearly impossible. Other colonies watched closely. Maryland, founded in 1634, established its own assembly. Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, Puritan colonies in New England developed their own representative bodies. Each had different structures, different powers, different constituencies, but the core idea was the same. Laws required the consent of the governed. Of course, the governed remained narrowly defined. Property-owning white men. The assembly continued to pass laws entrenching slavery, dispossessing indigenous nations, and limiting women's rights. But the structure itself, the idea that political legitimacy flowed from elected representatives, became embedded in colonial life. By mid-century, it was no longer a Virginia experiment. It was becoming an American expectation. And expectations, once rooted, are hard to uproot. Even for kings, the Virginia model became a template. In 1634, the Calvert family founded Maryland as a haven for English Catholics. Within a year, they established the Maryland General Assembly. It wasn't charity, it was necessity. Settlers demanded a voice. Without it, recruitment would fail, investment would dry up, and the colony would collapse. In New England, the pattern repeated. The Pilgrims at Plymouth created their own compact in 1620, a self-governing agreement signed before stepping off the Mayflower. The Massachusetts Bay Colony, founded in 1630, quickly developed a general court where freemen elected representatives. Connecticut adopted the Fundamental Orders in 1639, often called the first written constitution in America. Each colony had unique motivations. Some were religious refugees seeking autonomy. Others were profit ventures mimicking Virginia's success. But all arrived at the same conclusion. Distance from England required local governance. Control couldn't be imposed from across an ocean. It had to be negotiated, shared, and earned. And English political culture reinforced it. Colonists believed they carried their rights with them. The Magna Carta, common law, parliamentary tradition, these weren't abstractions. They were inheritances. To be English was to have a voice in government, protection from arbitrary power, and due process under law. So even as royal governors wielded executive authority, colonial assemblies wielded the purse. They controlled taxation. They approved budgets. They paid governors' salaries, or withheld them when displeased. This created a structural tension that would simmer for over a century. But a darker parallel was spreading too. Virginia wasn't just exporting the idea of representative government. It was also codifying slavery. In 1640, Virginia courts began distinguishing between white indentured servants and black laborers. A white runaway might have his term extended. A black runaway could be enslaved for life. In 1662, the House of Burgesses passed a law making slavery hereditary through the mother, partus sequitur ventrum, ensuring that children born to enslaved women were automatically enslaved, regardless of their father's status. In 1667, another law clarified that baptism didn't grant freedom. Being Christian didn't make you English in the eyes of the law. Race did. By the 1680s and 1690s, Virginia had constructed a comprehensive slave code, defining black people as property, stripping them of legal personhood, criminalizing resistance, and authorizing brutal punishments. And other colonies followed: Maryland, the Carolinas. Eventually, even northern colonies like New York and New Jersey, though on a smaller scale, two systems grew together, one expanding political freedom for white settlers, the other tightening bondage for black people. It wasn't a contradiction to the colonists. It was complementary. Slavery provided the labor that made land profitable. Profitable land created the wealth that enabled white men to gain independence. Independence made them equal to each other, and thus worthy of self-governance. Democracy, for some, requires the subjugation of others. This is the double helix of early American political culture. Liberty and slavery are intertwined from the beginning. By the late 1600s, both systems were entrenched. Both would shape the nation's future. And in 1676, both would collide in violence. Nathaniel Bacon was not a commoner. He was a gentleman, educated at Cambridge, wealthy, and well-connected. He arrived in Virginia in 1674, bought land near the frontier, and within 2 years was appointed to the Governor's Council. But he was also angry. The frontier was a tinderbox. English settlers pushing west clashed constantly with indigenous nations, Susquehannocks, Occaneechees, Doag, and others. Raids and counter-raids escalated. Settlers demanded protection. They wanted the government to wage total war, seize indigenous lands, and eliminate the threat. Governor Sir William Berkeley refused. He was old, pragmatic, and cautious. He favored a defensive strategy: fortify the frontier, maintain trade alliances, and avoid costly wars. He also profited from the fur trade with indigenous groups and had no interest in disrupting it. To frontier settlers, this looked like betrayal. They were dying, and the governor was protecting his business interests. Bacon became their champion. In 1676, without Berkeley's authorization, Bacon raised a militia and launched attacks on indigenous villages, including those of allied nations. He slaughtered men, women, and children. He seized land. He returned a hero to many frontier settlers. Berkeley declared him a traitor and stripped him of his council seat. Bacon marched on Jamestown with hundreds of armed men. He demanded a military commission, the right to wage war, and reforms to Berkeley's government. Under duress, Berkeley granted it. Then Bacon demanded more. He wanted the House of Burgesses expanded to represent frontier settlers. He wanted corrupt officials removed. He wanted the governor's monopolies broken. This wasn't just a frontier uprising. It was a populist revolt that used the assembly as both a stage and a weapon. Elections were held under tense circumstances. Bacon himself was elected a Burgess. The assembly, filled with his supporters, passed Bacon's laws, reforms that expanded voting rights, curbed official corruption, and redistributed power. But Bacon didn't stop. When Berkeley fled Jamestown and revoked his commission again, Bacon seized the capital and burned it to the ground in September 1676. For months, Virginia teetered on the edge of anarchy. Bacon's forces controlled much of the colony. But in October, Bacon died suddenly, likely from dysentery. Without his leadership, the rebellion collapsed. Berkeley returned, arrested the leaders, and executed 23 men. The king, alarmed, recalled Berkeley to England and sent investigators. The governor's brutal reprisals were deemed excessive. Bacon's reforms to the laws were partially rolled back, but some remained in place. The rebellion revealed something crucial. The assembly was now a tool of popular power. It could be used not just to govern, but to challenge authority. It was a space where grievances could become movements. It also revealed the limits of colonial democracy. Bacon's rebellion wasn't a fight for universal freedom. It was a demand by white settlers for the right to seize indigenous land without restraint. It was populism built on racism and greed. But it proved that once people had representative government, they'd fight for it and use it in unexpected, sometimes dangerous ways. The House of Burgesses had become more than an institution. It was a weapon. From 1619 to 1776, the House of Burgesses met for 157 years. It became the training ground for revolution. George Washington served as a Burgess. So did Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, Richard Henry Lee, and George Mason. They learned statecraft in that chamber. They debated taxes, rights, land, and law. They studied English constitutional history and applied it to American circumstances. And when Britain tightened control after the French and Indian War, it was the Burgesses who resisted. In 1765, Patrick Henry introduced the Virginia Resolves, denouncing the Stamp Act and asserting that only the Colonial Assembly, not Parliament, could tax Virginians. It was a direct challenge to royal authority, rooted in principles the House of Burgesses had defended for generations. No taxation without representation. In 1774, after the royal governor dissolved the assembly for supporting Massachusetts against the Intolerable Acts, the Burgesses reconvened illegally as the Virginia Convention. They weren't rebels yet, but they were no longer obedient subjects either. In 1776, the Virginia Convention declared independence from Britain, adopted a state constitution, and transformed the House of Burgesses into the Virginia House of Delegates. The same institution born in a Jamestown church became one of the founding pillars of the American Revolution. The ideas born there echoed into the Declaration of Independence. Government derives its power from the consent of the governed. People have the right to alter or abolish governments that violate their rights. These weren't abstract theories. They were lived experiences. Colonists had governed themselves for over a century. They'd elected representatives, passed laws, controlled budgets, and resisted tyranny. When Britain tried to impose taxes and laws without their consent, it violated everything they'd practiced and believed. But here's the tragedy. They fought